and departed back to further serve Srila Prabhupada. So today we will be having many of Srila Prabhupada disciples coming online because everyone is in different locations, and the senior leaders of the temple, and also our well-wishers and the friends of Anandamaya Prabhu who are here in the Hyderabad city, who will be very soon joining us. So the program starts with hearing from Anandamaya Prabhu, a Bhagavatam class from him, and eventually we will have the glorification session. Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jasodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jasodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yasodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Radha Madana Mohan, Radha Madana Mohan, Radhe. Jaya Radha Madana Mohan, Radha Madana Mohan, Radhe. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishupad Mahamsa Kacharya Ashotara Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace et Si Bhakti Vedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishupad Mahamsa Kacharya Ashotara Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Sri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavana Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Seko Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kund Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Ganga Mai ki jai. Yamuna Mai ki jai. Srimati Tulasi Devi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Sri Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai. Sri Sri Gaunitai ki jai. Sri Sri Jagannath Subhadra Baladev ki jai. Gaura Premanandi. All glories to the Samarivatis. All glories to the Samarivatis. All glories to the Samarivatis. All glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So we are very fortunate to celebrate today the 50th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada starting the worship of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. Hari Bol.
Hari Hari Bol.
So we are fortunate to also hear from His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, who has been serving here from the last 50 years, fulfilling the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada told him to run the Telugu BBT. Prabhuji has printed and distributed more than 10 lakh Telugu books. Hari Bol. So we also like to heartily welcome all the devotees who have come for the South India Accounts Convention. So especially His Holiness Sukdev Swami Maharaj, Hari Bol, His Grace Shankadhari Prabhu, Hari Bol, and all the devotees. So the schedule will be as follows. 9 o'clock there will be breakfast. 10 o'clock the convention will start in Dwarkapuri, which is in the first floor. So we will like to welcome all the devotees by once loudly chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Rama,
Rama, Hare
Rama
Hare. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sri Sri Gaunitai ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai. Sri Sri Jagannath Subhadra Baladev ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudirayet Nashtaprayeshu Vadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Sloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Namah. So I wish to welcome all the senior Vaishnavas who have come here. Today we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the worship of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan first started by Srila Prabhupada. It was the 24th of March, 1973. Earlier, in 1972 November, Srila Prabhupada had come and had delivered lectures here nearby in the exhibition ground for about 1 week. And at that time, one gentleman from Hyderabad, a sweet merchant, Mr. G. Pulareddy, originally from Karnool, he had approached Srila Prabhupada and he told Srila Prabhupada, I have a plot of land here in the middle of the city next to Abbots, and I would like to donate this plot of land to ISKCON to establish a temple. Jipulareddy said that I was in London some time back and I saw devotees of ISKCON doing kirtan in the street. I was very much amazed to see this. It was unbelievable, and I was very glad to see this. So I thought at that time that if the ISKCON Society is coming to Hyderabad sometime, maybe I can try to do something. So then he took opportunity. At that time, November 72, he told Srila Prabhupada, actually, this is not my property. Everything belongs to Krishna. So when you worshipping the Ganga, what do you do to worship Ganga? You offer Ganga to Ganga. Similarly, this land belongs to Krishna, so I want to make this offering also. This is Krishna's land, I want to give to Krishna. So that's what he was telling Srila Prabhupada. With great devotion and completely detached from any personal asset. In this way, he offered this land at that time. So immediately, Mahamsa Swami was given charge. At that time, not yet Swami. He was a brahmachari. So Srila Prabhupada told him to look after this new project. And the land, this is the land where the temple is now established. And on the front side, on the way to Nampally Station Road, that is a different plot of land. That was also property of G. Pulareddy, but he had kept that part. And he had given this part for the temple. So, here I want to read what Mahamsa at that time is telling. In January 1973, I visited Prabhupada in Bombay. And when I entered his room, he immediately said, I want to do the cornerstone ceremony for the Hyderabad temple in 2 months. So I said, Prabhupada, let's wait for a while. Let's collect 1 lakh rupees. We don't have money now. Let us collect. In 2 or 3 months, we will have sufficient funds. Then we will start the cornerstone and also have something to start the temple construction. He said, no, how much money you have now? I was calculating. I said, about 3,000 or 5,000 rupees, something like that. Not much, Prabhupada. He said, is it enough to lay the cornerstone? Is it enough for me to come and lay the cornerstone? I said, yes, we could muster up enough money for you to come there and make the cornerstone ceremony. We could do that. Then do it. Money will come. You start. I will come to Hyderabad. You make cornerstone preparation ready. I want to lay the cornerstone, and at that time, I'm going to give you sannyas. So Prabhupada had a definite plan to establish his ISKCON mission in South India, and he understood that Hyderabad is the gateway to South India, And if ISKCON is well established in Hyderabad, it will be a very important stepping stone to establish ISKCON society throughout South India. So that was the conversation in January 73. So then everything was planned, and immediately Mahamsa Prabhu and other brahmacharis, we were about maybe maximum 10 or less than that. I had come from Calcutta at that time, because from Vrindavan, November 72 Vrindavan program, then I went back to Calcutta after that. Then I came to Hyderabad also by that time in March 73. So in the meantime, Mahamsa made all the arrangements to he requested Jipula Reddy, on your land, the front side land, we would like to establish a temporary structure, a small temple, temporary, so that we can start our activities. And then later on, when this temple is established, then you can take back this land on the front side. That is your property, no problem. So Jipula Reddy very kindly agreed to this proposal, and immediately all started the temporary construction of a temporary temple on the front side, this side, on the way to Nampally Station Road. So there was a temple with asbestos sheets and simple construction, and then some facility for kitchen and a dormitory for the brahmacharis, like that. And the temple hall was about for 200 people to sit down maximum. So everything was getting ready, and then Prabhupada decided to come to Hyderabad. He came here on the 23rd of March 1973, and he was staying in the house of Mr. Panalal Piti in Somajiguda, as he had done earlier in November 72. Sri Panalal Piti was very kind, very pious businessman, and Srila Prabhupada was very happy to stay there. His secretary at that time was Rupanuga Prabhu. So on the 24th of March, that is the next day after Prabhupada's arrival, then there was this opening of the temporary temple. So to say the history of the deities, I can quote here from Hariprasad Bhadruka. He says, I arranged to get the Radha Krishna deities from Jaipur. At that time, Ramkrishna Bajaj, who was the All India chairman of the Gaur Seva Sangha at Wardha, was staying in Jaipur. He was known to us, and I requested him, we want Radha Krishna Murtis for this temple. Those Murtis were purchased at a cost of around 21,000 rupees. When the deities from Jaipur arrived, they were kept in storage in my house, that is near Medipatnam, about 8 kilometers from here. I suggested to Prabhupada that instead of keeping the deities in my house, better to install them on the vacant plot in the front of the temple. If you install the murtis, at least temporarily, people will come. So in this way, that was the idea of Hariprasad Bhadruka, to establish a temporary temple there with the agreement of Mr. Jipula Reddy. In this way, all the arrangements were made, and at that time, Palika Devi, Madri Devi, they had come from Calcutta. They are very expert in deity worship, and they were the first head pujari for this Hyderabad temple. So Palika Devi went to Jaipur, and she took the Radha Krishna deities that had been prepared with the help of Mr. Ramakrishna Bajaj at that time. So the deities came here and they went to Hariprasad Bhadruka. And then again, when the temporary temple was ready, then they were kept there in the temporary temple. And then Prabhupada came. And so on the 24th of March, Srila Prabhupada entered into this temporary temple. And he was standing in front of the curtains were drawn. So Prabhupada was standing outside the curtains. Then the curtains opened. And Prabhupada was so happy. He was very smiling. And he said, "Oh, Sri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai." That was very wonderful. It was very unexpected. We were never thinking that Prabhupada would give a name to the deity immediately. It was never in our mind. And when we heard this, everybody was so ecstatic. And Prabhupada took a garland, Maha garland, and he offered Maha garland to Mr. G. Pulareddy at that time. So it was a very wonderful function at that time. And so then, later on that day, there was the corner stone laying ceremony. We had dug a pit. That pit was situated here, where you are not just behind you, here, just outside. And so Prabhupada had requested that you bring 5 precious metals. So we were busy in trying to get these metal precious stones, and we kept there on the pit inside. And Srila Prabhupada came. There was a yagya, and then Prabhupada, in this way, laid down the foundation stone for this new temple to be constructed. So there is, at that time, the Hindu newspaper published an article, ISKCON to build temple in Hyderabad. That was the headline from the Hindu newspaper, dated 23rd of March, 1973. So I'm reading from this newspaper article. Hyderabad city will shortly have new temple for Sri Krishna and his consort Radha, under the auspices of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. This temple would be built on a valuable land donated by Mr. G. Pulareddy, sweetmeats merchant in the heart of the city, opposite the Vrindavan Hotel, on Station Road, near Abbey Circle. The society plans to build a multi-storied building which will house a large school for training children in the progressive values of happy, healthy, and spiritual life. The main feature of the proposed building would be a beautiful temple and kirtan hall. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which is popularly known as Hare Krishna movement, came to Hyderabad a few months back when Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the head of the movement, camped here, and several devotional meetings and kirtan sabhas were held. A number of local people have become members of the society, some of them its life members. The ISKCON has been carrying on its activities throughout the world, and the society has 102 temples in over 31 lands. In connection with the establishment of Sri Radha Krishna Temple, there will be a 2-day festival at Hyderabad on March 23rd and 24th. Sri Prabhupada, who is now in Australia, will arrive here on March 23rd to begin the 2-day festival. On March 24th, At 9 a.m., there will be a yagya, and the marble idols of Radha and Krishna will be installed. On the same day, at 10:30 a.m., the Swamiji will lay the foundation for the new building project of the society here. The society has made Hyderabad as one of its permanent centers, and at present, there are 10 devotees belonging to various countries who are carrying out their mission to spread Krishna consciousness. So that is article from the Hindu, a very nice article. So here, Mahamsa is telling that we did extensive publicity for the cornerstone laying ceremony and made a nice prasadam for everyone in attendance. Prabhupada came and laid the cornerstone. Then we had a fire sacrifice. And he gave me sannyas. I was just 23 years old. Everyone objected. So that is the next important activity of Srila Prabhupada at that time. First worship of Radha Madan Mohan, and then the cornerstone laying foundation ceremony, and then giving sannyas ashram to Mahamsa Prabhu at that time, who became Mahamsa Swami. So the objections here were mostly from Hariprasad Badruka. Hariprasad Badruka came to Prabhupada and he told him, Swamiji, Prabhupada, why you are giving sannyas to such a young boy? He is just 23 years old. How he can maintain his sannyas ashram like this? He is very young. So like that he had objection. And Prabhupada told him that we do this for preaching purpose. For preaching. That was the answer given by Srila Prabhupada. Our mission is a preaching mission. So we need some leaders who can lead the mission in this way, preaching mission. And I have given sannyas to other of my disciples. They are also young, but because we want leaders, so it is very good if they can take sannyas also like that, despite in Kali Yuga, the sannyas ashram is not allowed. This is one of the 5 items which are not allowed. But Prabhupada did not follow that injunction, and he gave sannyas to some of his young disciples. So in this way, that was the next function. Then, as here it is said that Srila Prabhupada awarded sannyas to a number of his leading disciples. On one occasion, in July 1976, while visiting ISKCON's New York temple, he was questioned about this, and his reply was most judicious. Prabhupada says, actually, I have not given any of you sannyas, but I am in a war with Maya, the material energy, and I need leaders. It is called in wartime battlefield commission. There are no qualified leaders, but someone has to lead the charge. So you take every 5th man. You are now lieutenant of the squad. He is really a private, but we make him lieutenant for the day, and he leads the charge. It is to be understood that you are not sufficiently equipped for this fight, and most of you will go down. So that is like some type of emergency situation in a wartime. Somebody who is not so qualified, making a lieutenant, making captain, because by giving this title, others will follow. That is the argument here given by Prabhupada, regardless of the shastric injunction Prabhupada in this way give sannyas to some of his disciples. So Mahamsa again says, whenever Prabhupada visited, many other devotees from other centers would also come. So there is a good crowd, and we had a great ceremony at that time. Prabhupada was standing there when the curtains opened for the first darshan of the deities. They were not even named at that time. The curtains opened, and Prabhupada was very happy to see them, and he was clapping his hands and chanting the holy names. Then Prabhupada said, Jai Sri Radha Madan Mohan. Like that he said, with arms raised. Actually, I hope you can see the video, which is a very rare shooting of the occasion. It's about 15 or 20 minutes. The video was taken when Prabhupada offered the first arti to the deities. So if you have opportunity, it will be shown today. Huh? Oh, here? Okay. Huh? So he gave the name Radha Madan Mohan. That was the installation when a pure devotee requests the Lord that here we have made this arrangement so as nicely and as best as we can. Now you please come and be here to accept our service. The pure devotees prays like that to the Lord, that you please come and enter into this Archa Vigraha form and take our service and bless us. So this is installation. Installation is not a matter of having so many yagyas and Vedic hymn recitations, big function. It is, first of all, a request by the pure devotee of the Lord. Please, Lord Krishna, please come here. Please enter this Archa Vigraha and manifest yourself and accept the service of the devotees. The pure devotee can request the Lord, and this is the main feature of the installation. Otherwise, why should Krishna come here? Hyderabad. It is only because Prabhupada asked Lord Krishna to come. And the worship and the service is accepted by Lord Krishna because of Prabhupada. And this, hopefully, we are very much hopeful that this service to the deities, worship of the deities, and people coming for darshan, becoming devotees, will continue for many thousands of years. Non-stop. Srila Prabhupada started, there cannot be any stop to this. So then also the other item I can say in a few. At that time, the plan for this temple was also discussed. And the architect for ISKCON was, what's his name? Surabhi Prabhu. Surabhi Prabhu made some design. Prabhupada told him that you make a temple like a Jaipur style, not the South Indian style, Jaipur style, North Indian style. And Surabhi Prabhu made a design. So I want to show you this design. Hare Krishna. This design was approved by Srila Prabhupada at that time. So then immediately the construction of this temple started, and it took about 3 years, 76 August, the temple was inaugurated again by Srila Prabhupada at that time. So today, 50 years, actually this is the spiritual world that Prabhupada established. In the spiritual world, there is no time factor. Everything is going on eternally. The Lord Krishna, Radharani, they are worshipped eternally by the gopis and other pure devotees, eternal associates of the Lord. So there is no question of time. But because we are living in the material world, for us 50 years is a very important time factor. It is just like people when they get married, 50 years of marriage, they have a big function. So in this way, we are celebrating so that we can remember Srila Prabhupada's mission and Srila Prabhupada's pure devotion. That is the most important. Nobody can go back 50 years ago. Of course, those who were attending at that time, they can never forget. But because those of you who could not attend that function at that time, then you just remember that Srila Prabhupada came here and established the deity worship and laid down the foundation stone and prepared his army. Mahamsa became Mahamsa Swami. He was a very good brahmachari, coming from a very aristocratic, wealthy family of Pune. You know the advertisement firm Selvel? You might have seen Selvel boards in the city. It's a very famous name. So it's a Pune enterprise, advertising enterprise, and Mahamsa is a son of that Selvel company. So very wealthy background, and very humble also. And he was making friendship with everybody. So he was expert in organizing programs, and in this way he became the head of the Hyderabad temple. So we remember him. We are sorry that he could not come for this function. He's not feeling well, but we can, by memory, we can remember what he has done for this temple construction, and so on. So this is what I wanted to tell on this occasion. Any question, comments? So we can end this lecture here. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai.
Hare Krishna.
Pardon?
So, on this occasion of 50th anniversary of starting the worship of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan, so evening there will be Abhishek of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan at 5 p.m. and after that the sharing of realization.
Srila Prabhupada's position is very unique because I heard way back in 23 years back during the Silver Jubilee Festival of Krishna Balram Temple. So Ramanand Prabhu, he was mentioning that all the acharyas who have written books, who have left beautiful bhajans coming down from Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Gaur Kishoda Babaji Maharaj, and up to Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. It is said they were all very strongly concluding that all the Vaishnava acharyas, especially the Gaudiya Vaishnava acharyas, they all together have blessed Srila Prabhupada, that is how he could achieve what he could achieve in the history of humanity, by establishing this wonderful movement, taking the holy name all over the world. All over the world. It is done by Srila Prabhupada. So even by that it is concluded Srila Prabhupada was an empowered soul, empowered pure devotee to achieve this. And recently when we had the Srila Prabhupada Vyas Puja, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta, our Atul Krishna Prabhu was mentioning that when the Bombay to visit Mumbai regularly, Atul Krishna Prabhu was mentioned that disciples of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur told Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Thakur that, why don't you make Abhay the temple president of the Bombay temple? And Srila Prabhu Bhakti Siddhanta looked at them very gravely and said, no, he will do everything at the right time. He said he will do everything at the right time. Now, when Srila Prabhupada established ISKCON, at several occasions when he was asked about his success, and Srila Prabhupada was so proud about the success of the miracle of the holy name and about the success of following the instruction of his spiritual master, that Srila Prabhupada used to very often make this statement connecting to his success. Two things he would say. One is, I simply tried to follow the instructions of my spiritual master. And second, actually is very connected to Srila Prabhupada disciples and Anandamaya Prabhu. Second, he would say that my Guru Maharaj has sent all of them to assist me. You say, my Guru Maharaj has sent all of them to assist me. That is why Srila Prabhupada disciples, Srila Prabhupada said, for next 10,000 years, ISKCON will keep going on. In this 10,000 years, the journey of the great Vaishnavas like Anandamaya Prabhu is going to be unique. Because they may come further, but we may not know them as Anandamaya Prabhu. But in this life, at least, we are knowing them personally as Srila Prabhupada disciples. That's why it's very, very special and very, very glorious. Just to briefly share with you about Anandamaya Prabhu. Anandamaya Prabhu was born 16th May 1946 in France, in a very aristocratic and an elite family. When he grew up in his youth, and even from a very teen age, he had a very big inclination, a search for spirituality, which brought him to India in 1972. In 1972, Prabhu was in Himalayas. It is mentioned in Sahadeva Prabhu's recent videos. He was in Himalayas. And later on, it is said that he met in Darbhanga in Bihar. There was Srila Prabhupada's Pandal program. And Anandamaya Prabhu met devotees there in the Pandal program. In that Pandal program, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who was very famous to go for book distribution and come back with 10-15 brahmacharis and shave them the next day. He was very famous for that. So, Anandamaya Prabhu was, as usual, he was taken from Darbhanga to Kolkata temple and joined. And then, in 1972, he was in Calcutta temple, and 1972, November, this happened in April. This meeting devotees happened in April. In 1972, November, in Vrindavan, in front of Radha Damodar, actually in Radha Damodar temple, where Srila Prabhupada says, I eternally reside there. In front of the Samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami, Anandamaya Prabhu, Lokanath Maharaj, and some of them got initiated in 1972. Again, then in 1972, immediately after initiation, he came to Hyderabad. He was there for a Pandal program. The same Pandal program where we have the regular Rath Yatra, right? Now we have our Rath Yatra. Because last year we did the first Rath Yatra there. And then Anandamaya Prabhu came there, right? He said, this is where Srila Prabhupada did his Pandal program. And he was present. So very like a child, he was, sharing that. And then after that, he went back to Kolkata in 1973. In 1973, Anandamaya Prabhu moved to ISKCON Hyderabad here, and it is said that now nobody exactly tells that when he was here from, Mahamsa Prabhu, who is one of the leaders who built this temple, he says when he came here, Anandamaya Prabhu was already here. He was already here in this temple. From 1973 until 14th August 2025, he lived here and served in this temple all his life. 1974, we never heard about this anywhere. First time I'm hearing this from Sumita Chaitanya Prabhu right now. In a house of a life member, Srila Prabhupada gave second initiation to Anandamaya Prabhu. In a house of a life member here in Hyderabad. And then 1976, as he just mentioned about the temple opening, 1976, after the temple everyone can come a little ahead here. So devotees are coming, gathering now. In 1976, after the opening of Radha Madan Mohan temple, Srila Prabhupada called Mahamsa Swami at that time. And Srila Prabhupada was discussing with him about the temple management, giving personal instructions. And while this discussion, Anandamaya Prabhu was also there in the room. And Srila Prabhupada very strongly emphasized, translate books in Telugu and print books in the local South Indian language. Anandamaya Prabhu was present there, and he took that instruction as his life and soul. From 1976, you imagine he's from France, living not in a Hindi or English belt of India, in a South Indian belt, in Hyderabad. From 1976 to 84, he struggled, met many scholars to translate Srila Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita into Telugu language. And in 1984, after 8 years of struggle, he brought out the first Telugu edition of Bhagavad Gita as it is. Until the last year, the BBT was very active, printing a total score of Anandamaya Prabhu's publication. When I was writing this, I remember 14th August 1976 only. My Guru Maharaj Surya Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj was reading out BBT book printing. He was just reading out Srila Prabhupada, how many books have been given to which printer? Srila Prabhupada, the glories, perfection of life, 53 years of consistent service. That's why we say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Actually, Anandamaya Prabhu, and then we will line up the other senior devotees. Thank you very much. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Putale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namani. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharani Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarani. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktarunda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Grateful for this opportunity to speak about His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. Whenever thinking about Anandamaya Prabhu, it reminds that when Srila Prabhupada was asked about his spiritual master, then Srila Prabhupada used to say, what can I say about him? He is a Vaikuntha man. Like that Prabhupada used to say. So similarly, it is also thinking about Anandamaya Prabhu and knowing about his life, that also reminds that he is not from this world only. His personality descended from some other world. And we see, it is said there are two kinds of people. One is demanding respect, another is commanding respect. So demanding respect, it is more like his managerial position. He has some skills, he has some charisma, so he has some fame. Because of that, people naturally respect. But commanding respect, it is based on the person's Vaishnava qualities, his dedication, humility, simplicity, commitment. So in that way, Anandamaya Prabhu commanded respect from everybody without any managerial position. So just by his dedication, his simplicity, his childlike innocence, that naturally made everybody actually like offering respect to him and want to offer some service and make him happy. That's what, whenever anybody comes in the presence of Prabhupada, the natural feelings was always like that. And as we heard that he is known for his morning program and dedicated sadhana. So he was present for years together, every day coming in two-wheeler in spite of cold, heat, rains, always there for morning program. And even more, the most humbling thing is he is sitting in the classes of anybody who is speaking, even the junior most people, he is sitting and attending the class and heartily appreciating. So sometimes it is very, very humbling experience to speak in front of Prabhuji. Sometimes he asked questions also in the classes. So that is even more humbling experience whenever we give classes. And Prabhu is actually very highly learned personality. So he has great taste for reading, and he often, it is said, his friends are his books, So he is very much delight, not only just printing and distributing, he personally greatly admire of reading Srila Prabhupada books. And in spite of that, actually, he is very, very, have childlike innocence. There is never a tinge of pride you see in Prabhuji anytime. And we can see he, by his presence and dedication, he won many, many people's hearts. So there are so many admirers and worshippers are there for Prabhuji. They heartily worship him and admire him. And actually, I got to know about Prabhuji because of all these devotees, and especially Smriti Chaitanya Prabhu, and many, many devotees are there who are very, very fond of him, and they are offering very intimate services. So, and I feel very grateful to all these devotees actually who are, personally very close to him and rendering service. Because of them, I got to go close to Prabhuji, and because of Prabhuji, I developed more respect for Prabhupada. We have some respect, but seeing Prabhuji's presence and seeing his great appreciation, our appreciation for Srila Prabhupada tremendously increases. And recently also some videos are made by our Srinivas Prasad Prabhu. In that one video, and Prabhu is telling actually that every day in the temple hall the class is given by Srila Prabhupada. Even the many, many people may be coming and sharing their realizations, but ultimately it's all coming from Prabhupada. So that is the faith which he had. So that's why he is able to hear from anybody who is giving, even junior or anybody actually. He has very hearty appreciation for everybody. So in that way, and we see every day morning he worships. Come to Mangal Arati and attend the whole morning program, and he does his service. And we often say work is worship, outside world. That can be literally seen in Prabhuji's life. He did his worship, he did his all his service like a worship to Lord. So there also it is written that actually he is packing the books. And why you are doing Prabhu this service? Anybody you can delegate, right? But Prabhu said, no, I am not just packing books. I am packing gold biscuits. So in that way, he exemplified actually what is work is worship. So I feel very fortunate to able to see during our lifetime such a great personality who is living and walking among all of us and exemplified whatever qualities mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam. So I feel even though in the physical absence of Prabhuji, he will remain forever through countless books, whatever he has printed. And Prabhuji, because of him, that famous book of Srila Prabhupada in South India came into existence, and so many, that temple hall photographs which are Srila Prabhupada visited Hyderabad, they are all his contribution to all of us, and through all these things actually he remains forever in our presence. So I beg today on this auspicious occasion to imbibe some of the glorious qualities which he exhibited during his lifetime, like dedication to spiritual master and simplicity, childlike innocence, great tolerance, personified in the verse of Tronavapi Sunichena. So we beg for his blessings and we try to follow in his footsteps and become more and more dedicated in our service to Guru and Krishna. Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you very much, Remembrances Prabhu. Actually, it is very true. One very important thing which all of us, at least who came from 2018, myself also have experienced, by association of Anandamaya Prabhu, our love, our value and understanding of Srila Prabhupada has increased a lot. I remember in 2018 when I came here as an interim manager, the current DT which is right here of Srila Prabhupada, it had a little small crack on the leg. And the decision to it was replace was already taken before I came. So the new DT arrived and this DT was to be replaced. When Anandamaya Prabhu came to know it is going to happen, he just came here. He said, why? What are you doing? I said, we are just replacing the DT. No, do you think this is just a murti? Do you think just a murti you can just replace? After Srila Prabhupada left, this has been worshipped here for more than 45 years. It has been worshipped here. Srila Prabhupada sat at this place personally. And after that, this deity is sitting. It is just a small injury, you repair it. And then he called Rasanand Prabhu, another Prabhupada disciple in Hyderabad. And he came here and he took me into task. How did you decide to change the deity? And they both took the deity to one room in the guest house. Just like a person takes a patient in a stretcher. They took Srila Prabhupada in one room there and with his own hand, he gave me a Rasanand. We lost both of them this year actually, Rasanand Prabhu and Anandamaya Prabhu. He gave me a list of at least 70 items which is required to repair the fiber. And that 8 days, just like we are in Jagannath Leela, that Vishwakarma comes and stays inside for 15 days. That way, Rasanand Prabhu was in the room for 12 days, got the DT out, placed it. I said, what to do about the new DT which has come from Ujjain? They put it in Prabhupada quarters. That DT is there in Prabhupada quarters. So it is very true. By their association, presence of Srila Prabhupada and his understanding has increased so much in our life. I would like to request now Sar Shiromani Prabhu to come and give his offering.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Gnananjana Salakhe Chakshurunmilitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. So I feel very fortunate to have got the association of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So once Prabhuji was mentioning that Prabhupada, when he built this temple, so he has mentioned that 50% of his mission is to build this temple, and the remaining 50% is to translate the books and then get them printed and distributed. So the remaining 50% mission of Srila Prabhupada, actually major part is done by His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So he got so many books got printed and distributed. So we can see that last more than 50 years, so many devotees had come and gone also, but Prabhuji is really fixed in his service to Srila Prabhupada. As we hear from Krishna, Satatam Kirtayanto Mam Yatantasya Dhradavrata. So Prabhuji is sitting in a small room beside kitchen. So hardly there are any facilities there. Although we can see that Prabhuji is foreign bodied from France. So we can see that Prabhuji is so simple hearted. He never demands any facilities. So although he is from France, he doesn't know Telugu. When he received this instruction, we can see that how sincerely he followed the instruction. Now, this is a completely different place for me. How will I get this done? No, he didn't complain. So, although so many difficulties came, he just sincerely continued. And the result is, as Prabhuji has mentioned, more than 55 lakhs books got printed and distributed. So I was very touched by Prabhuji's simplicity. Many times Prabhuji would walk all the way to third floor from his room. So I was thinking why he is coming. So then devotees used to say that to get the signature from accounts. So I was like, because he could have, he is such a senior devotee, he himself is coming all the way. And he doesn't even use lift until he is quite old. And he never demands. Generally, we see that sometimes as we grow, we may start expecting a lot of facilities. So devotees used to say, Prabhuji, why don't you come in car? He would say, no, for me this small bike is sufficient. He would every day until his leg was not in good situation, he would just come on a simple Activa bike and is completely satisfied in that. So the word like Prabhuji's name is Anandamaya Prabhu is really blissfully situated in his service and not at all demanding any facilities for oneself. Completely satisfied. Because even when devotees would ask books from various centers or even within Hyderabad, so devotees also mentioned that Prabhuji himself would pack all the books and he would himself lift and send the books also. So one may think, he could have kept some employees or he could have told his subordinates to do why he himself is doing. So, but the point is that Prabhuji is actually so much blissfully engaged in his spiritual master service. Means he himself want to do that. Although he could have told others to get it done, he himself want to do, as devotees are mentioning, that he saw these books more valuable than gold and biscuits. So he was so blissful. Because sometimes we see that devotees, when they do service, they may see it as a burden. But we can see from Prabhuji that how we should render services with great gratitude and great bliss. That this is my greatest fortune, that I received this instruction, this service from my spiritual master, and I am fortunate to render this service. That is the mood of actually Prabhuji. And also, personally, for me, I saw that he could so much bring Srila Prabhupada's mood and mission in our lives. So in many classes, he would quote very wonderful pastimes of Prabhupada in Hyderabad. So I'll just tell in brief, like he would many times quote this pastime of when there were no rains, drought, and some brahmanas were doing some yajnas. So Prabhupada said, I will tell you the way by which actually we can bring rains. and then Prabhupada did Harinam Sankirtan here along with devotees, and immediately rains came. And next day there was a there was a news article that Srila Prabhupada brought rains here. So that was very famous. Prabhuji used to quote again. Another thing he used to quote regularly, that once His Holiness Achyutananda Swami and Yashodananda Swami, they went to one Shankar Mutt in South India, and there one Mayavadi sannyasi was present, and he was telling that, so Anandamaya Prabhu used to tell this, so he was telling that why your Guru Maharaj gave initiation, this sannyas initiation to mlechas, they are not at all qualified, why he gave. So then I think Achyutananda Swami told, he told one sentence, and that sannyasi was quiet. He said, his holy name is more powerful than, he asked him actually, whether holy name is more powerful or the sinful reactions are more powerful. Finish. That one sentence was sufficient for that sannyasi, and he kept quiet. So he was telling that how actually Prabhupada disciples were so powerful in their preaching. Especially he used to quote Achyutananda Swami that for building of this temple, how they traveled all over Andhra, Telangana and preached so much. In Guntur, he said that he gave such a powerful speech that all the Matajis gave their golden ornaments. All their, So he was praising not only Prabhupada but Prabhupada disciples also. And he used to also tell how Prabhupada used to emphasize on cleanliness. So once Prabhupada came to inspect the DT room, DT kitchen, and he was checking whether the pots are clean. So then devotee showed, see Prabhupada, it is clean. And Prabhupada just turned upside down and it was black. So Prabhupada, see. So like this, so many amazing pastimes of Prabhupada with his disciples, Anandamaya Prabhu used to actually bring in our lives. So we used to actually feel very deeply the presence of Srila Prabhupada in our lives by his association. Because Prabhuji himself has personally served, saw Srila Prabhupada. So we were also fortunate to actually hear from Prabhuji. Also, Prabhuji is so sincere in his sadhana. Actually, every day he would come for morning program and hear Srimad Bhagavatam, no matter whoever is speaking. And the most amazing thing is, even when he was sick at home, lying in the bed, Smita Chaitanya Prabhu said that every day he will hear online Radha Madan Mohan's Srimad Bhagavatam, not any other place. So means so much he is attached to this place, and how he wants to sincerely follow Srila Prabhupada's instruction of morning program, that even at home also Prabhuji is just following the same program, even lying in his bed. So such a sincere soul, very rare to see. And Prabhuji also would read Prabhupada books sometimes in his office whenever he would get time. For 4 or 5 hours continuously, he would read Srila Prabhupada books. So I just want to share 2-3 times he told me few things what he wanted in this temple. So once he said that so many newcomers are coming, you should have one Prabhupada's library here where people can come and read his books and get enlightened. And once he said that we should also have a video room where people who are coming here, they can see videos on Prabhupada, on ISKCON, and they can get enlightened. And recently once I went to his house when he was sick, so Prabhuji said that why you all are preaching only to youths? There are so many other important people in the society. There are lawyers, magistrates, CAs, doctors, so many are there. When Prabhupada and his disciples were there, they were meeting all these people and they are preaching to all these various kinds of people. So we all should also preach to them also. Means he was so much emphasizing on the importance of preaching to various classes of people in Hyderabad and the society in general. And he basically wanted that Srila Prabhupada times, all this various types of people were also coming to meet Prabhupada and get introduced. So basically Prabhuji also wanted that we continue that mission of Srila Prabhupada in Hyderabad. So at the end, I would also like to thank especially devotees like His Grace Mita Chaitanya Prabhu and our Guru Prabhu and Shivdi Prabhu. Some of these devotees were selflessly serving His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu for long time, and many other devotees. So I was very fortunate to receive the association of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So I pray to him that may we all also become dedicated in the service of Srila Prabhupada and always endeavor to follow his instructions. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Sar Shiromani Prabhu. Few days ago, I was just reading one pastime of one of Srila Prabhupada's disciple, Gaur Govind Maharaj, that reminded me of this Prabhupada's pastime in Hyderabad. Srila Shiromani Prabhu. Srila Gaur Govind Maharaj went to Spain, and there was no rain in one of the cities of Spain. So he did kirtan, and it rained the same moment. So next day on the newspaper, there was an article. The sadhu from India brings rain in Spain. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada also did kirtan here. There was a drought, and Srila Prabhupada did kirtan here, and it rained. And it was a big news. It was on all the newspapers of Hyderabad at that time. Thank you, Sar Shiromani Prabhu, for reminding this. Now I would like to request Vaishnava Sharan Prabhu to come and give his offering. And now a lot of our senior leaders, BB leaders, have also joined us. So now I would request the devotees to limit their offering to 4 to 5 minutes. At 4 minutes, our Vishnu Prasad Prabhu will assist you, to help you. Shashank Prabhu will assist humbly and help you that you have 1 minute with the bill. It's an assistance. So Vaishnava Sharan Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Om Ananjana Shalakya Chakshurunritam Yena Tasya Guruve Namaha. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki. So, when I first came to Hyderabad temple, I was assisting His Grace Radhesham Prabhu. So, when I came here, first, actually, many devotees told many things about Hyderabad. And one of the most thing which I was hearing from all the devotees was about Anandamaya Prabhu. How Srila Prabhupada disciple and he is staying in this temple. Actually, I was having the idea that only Prabhupada disciples are only there in Vrindavan, Mayapur, these dhams where Srila Prabhupada was there, and these are the holy places, and that's how the Prabhupada disciples are there. But when I got to know that Prabhupada disciple is here in this temple, and that too he is from foreign country, not from India, I was very much amazed that how he is there. And I was asking devotees, different devotees about Anandamaya Prabhu, and they said that he is from France, and actually he met Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and then he was in search of spirituality. He was telling that he met him and he said that I am in search of happiness in the spiritual life, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj said that he said I am on the journey in the spiritual life. So he says your journey ends here. And that's how he took him. Then he met Srila Prabhupada, and then we know that what Sitaram Prabhu was telling, how Anandamaya Prabhu came to this temple from 1973 till now. So many decades of service in this temple. So when I came here, I wanted to see who is this personality. I wanted to take his darshan. So first time when I met him, I was thinking that, oh, how can I approach? He is a Prabhupada disciple, such a senior Vaishnava. So I was little hesitant, but I just got the darshan, and from very distance only I was looking at Prabhuji. But Prabhuji immediately looked, and with his very blissful smile, he was looking, constantly was looking. Then I immediately went to Prabhuji. Then he asked, you are from which temple? Then at that time I was in Pune. So I said, I am from Pune. I am currently assisting Radhesham Prabhu. So he said, oh, very fortunate. And then I touched his feet, he immediately gave his blessings. So we see that he was very easily approachable. Any time you can just go to him, speak to him, talk to him, touch his feet. He was very easily approachable. Even I was hearing from Smith Chaitanya Prabhu that there are many people, many even they are not devotees also, staying nearby. But everyone, because Prabhuji is here, I think most of the time he has spent in Hyderabad from those times till now. So many people, even though they are not in devotional service, they respect Anandamaya Prabhu so much. Even the people come, they bring their children. Whenever they have birthdays, they bring to temple and they tell, let us take blessings of Anandamaya Prabhu. So he was considered sadhu in all the entire Abbots area, and many people know him personally. So that was very, very inspiring. And whenever I used to see his smile, it is like real bliss, that spiritual bliss you can see when he is smiling. Yeah, and so he is one of my very good role models in whatever devotees I take inspiration from. One of the devotees is Anandamaya Prabhu because of his very committed, dedicated service and also consistency in devotional life. Yeah, morning program. I think he is the only one who is there from the beginning till the end. How many devotees sometimes we go up and down for different purpose and all, but we see that he is there constantly. He is there entire, and Guru Puja, especially in when I shifted here, I that time Prabhuji had some health issues. He used to come at 7:30 dot. He will take darshan of the Lord, then attend Guru Puja, and every day Prem Dhwani means Anandamaya Prabhu only will be singing. So recently when Prabhuji's health went bad, he was not able to come. So after Guru Puja, we were wondering now who will sing the Prem Dhwani in the after the Guru Puja. Prabhuji was, so that always we were feeling the absence of Anandamaya Prabhu, but we got to know that his health is undergoing some health issues. And of course, he was online, he was attending Guru Puja, he was attending Srimad Bhagavatam classes. So that was always inspiring. Devotees, even though they were giving class, they used to take blessings of Anandamaya Prabhu that please bless us so that we can speak. So in this way, consistency in everything and no demands, never even demanded. Like when I used to cook for Radhesham Prabhu, Smith Chaitanya Prabhu used to come and he used to cook sometimes ragi and all. So I said, oh, this Anandamaya Prabhu likes ragi. He said, no, actually Prabhuji will not ask anything. I am just making and somehow I am giving. Otherwise, like whatever is made, he will just take it. So I just want to, so he used to make every day there. And one day I was hearing class of Anandamaya Prabhu, Srimad Bhagavatam class was going on, and he was narrating this pastime of, first time I heard it from Prabhuji. He was narrating how Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, when he was sitting, and there was a big, all of his disciples had come. And he said he was little upset because many of them, some of them had gone, come back, could not do much in the Western world. And he was saying that none of you could do it. None of you could actually spread the mission of Lord Chaitanya in the Western world. None of you could do it. And suddenly he saw that Srila Prabhupada is sitting in the corner. And he said, oh, one person will do it. Amongst you, one of you will do it. And Anandamaya Prabhu was narrating this pastime. And in the Bhagavatam class, in the Vyasasana only started crying. There were tears in his eyes. So by seeing that, all the devotees there also, heart was filled with gratitude towards Prabhupada. And he was telling that how Prabhupada is so merciful. He traveled all over the world and that's how we have come to Krishna consciousness. So I see such a gratitude, and the living devotee who is having such devotion to Srila Prabhupada, gratitude to Prabhupada and Shri Radha Madan Mohan. So I was thinking that if I can get just few drops of his, what kind of gratitude he had for Prabhupada, dedication, his consistency, the loyalty to the instruction of Srila Prabhupada, if I can get that, there will be some change in me also. And many times we saw that Lilamrit also one day, he was just last Ekadashi only. Before last Ekadashi, he had the last to last Ekadashi before his departure. He just came for Ekadashi day, read Srila Prabhupada Lilamrit, and in that Prabhupada was saying that Anandamaya Abhyasat. And then Prabhuji was only reading that particular thing, and he said that Lord Krishna is Anandamaya and we are all Anandamaya. Because we are all part and parcel of the Lord. And then Prabhuji, there a big smile on the face of Anandamaya Prabhu it was. It's very, very grateful for association of Anandamaya Prabhu. Just when he was admitted in ICU, I got last darshan of, I could last time hear from him. I went with Sashim Prabhu, Tarun Mohan Prabhu, met him. And that time also Prabhuji wanted to, actually Prabhuji didn't want to go to hospital also. He didn't want to increase or his duration of life, and he just wanted to be Krishna conscious. He was saying, take me to temple.
And devotees were convincing him, just ICU go, we will, nice treatment will happen, we want you. Siddharam Prabhu was telling, we want you for, so we want you in your association. But Prabhuji was very much says, no, I don't want to go get into this and all. It took almost few hours to convince Prabhuji, take him to that place. So we see that this is I'm very grateful to Anandamaya Prabhu for his example, for the inspiration he has given to all of us and my personal life also. Thank you very much. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki. His Grace Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Thank you for reminding this one very special thing. Everyone is speaking about it, all the brahmacharis, especially who attend the Bhagavatam class here, only they can understand this, especially third generation. Anandamaya Prabhu, Prabhupada disciple, translated book of Srila Prabhupada, printed 55 lakh copies of Bhagavad Gita, sits in the class and asks a question. Sits in the Bhagavatam class and asks a question. That was his humility. That was his greatness. Now I would like to invite His Grace Mahaprabhu Chaitanya Prabhu to give his offering. 4 minutes, after that 1 minute our assistance.
Hare Krishna. Anandamaya Prabhu ji ki jai. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes a very wonderful statement. He reasons ill who says Vaishnava die. When thou art living still in sound, Vaishnavas died to live, and living tried to spread the holy name around. And it specifically fits the Vaishnavas like His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ji. That Prabhu ji will live with us in his example. And I personally, in my own life, could appreciate the most important quality of what Prabhu ji exemplified is his simplicity. Like in Charnamrit line, whenever Prabhu ji will come, he will stand in Charnamrit line. It is not that because he is senior, so he will go ahead and take Charnamrit and like this. We never found him. Only in the last days when he was unable to stand up properly, in that time we only used to take Prabhu ji ahead. Otherwise he will stand in line. And then at the end also he was coming on bike. Even if he simply gives call, anybody can bring car for him to bring from home to here. But still he was coming on bike. And one day I was crossing Prabhu ji on this road. I was going on walk. And Prabhu ji was coming, I am going to catch a bus. I said, Hare Krishna, Prabhu ji. And Prabhu ji left both hands while driving bike. I said, Hare Krishna. I can call. No, Prabhu ji, don't do like this. So Prabhu ji means for even the person like me who is very junior to him, Prabhu ji is respecting that. It's very simple. And in there we made a special line in a front for senior Vaishnavas to take darshan and everything. And when Prabhuji used to come, we used to request Prabhuji, you can go in that line. No, what is the need? I can take darshan from here also, from like outside that line also. So he never accepted it. So simple in that way also. And Smith Chaitanya Prabhu and those who lived with Prabhuji, they tell that Prabhuji never scolded anyone. He never spoke with the like high tone also to anybody. He used to tell, and even if somebody commits mistake, Prabhuji used to tell, don't reform them. Don't remove them, but reform them. You change them. And then another aspect of Prabhuji, as Sashram Prabhu was mentioning, he very intellectual also. He used to read all BI books also. His Bhakti Sarup Damodar Swami Maharaj books and everything. And when we came in the beginning in 2019-20 that time, and that time when Prabhuji used to give classes to us, Brahmachari classes and Bhagavatam classes also, Prabhuji will prepare very immensely, and he will give that Bhagavatam shloka from various angles and various perspectives, and sometimes to go bouncer also. Very intellectual classes many of the times. Then Prabhuji understood that it is becoming little more for them also, so then Prabhuji simplified it. And we very fondly remember Prabhuji's Brahmachari classes. Almost every week or once in 15 days we used to have Brahmachari class by Prabhuji. And in that, Srila Prabhupada Leela. And Prabhupada Leela in Hyderabad, Prabhuji used to speak very with loving, and also we say love means attention to details. So Prabhuji used to remember each and every date, each and every place, whatever pastime he will tell about Prabhupada, with date, with place, with that person's name, with whomever that pastime happened. He was very much in detail. It was very amazing. And along with that, he was very humorous as well. Once we had one youth class, and one devotee was giving class, and the class title was and that devotee was little powerful. So that class title was Power of Faith. And when we told Prabhuji that project class title is Power of Faith, oh, is it Power of Faith or Faith in Power? So, so Prabhuji was very humorous sometimes. And many of the times he faced many difficulties in body as well as surrounding people, but that difficulties we never saw in his face. Always blissful. Even then, when Prabhuji came last Ekadashi, what Vaishnava Sharumpara was mentioning, he was just simply coming and that difficulties, that pain was not on his face at all. And the last about Mahaprasad, whatever Mahaprasadam is given to Prabhuji, in whatever condition it may be, very spicy or whatever, Prabhuji will accept it as a Mahaprasadam of Madan Mohanji. And especially the khichdi, even though it is very spicy sometimes, but Prabhuji will accept it as a Mahaprasad of Madan Mohan. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhuji ki jai. So I aspire for Prabhuji his simplicity, his dedication to Srila Prabhupada, and steadfastness in bhakti without any deviation. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Thank you very much, devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki. So we are very, very fortunate. We have two great personalities. One is His Grace Bhashugosh Prabhu, a senior disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and also a senior bureau member, and also a devotee who served in this place with Anandamaya Prabhu at Radha Madan Mohan temple in the early days. We also have His Grace Revati Raman Prabhu, our GBC, a senior bureau member. We are very, very grateful and thankful to them for joining us. We know today Sunday being a very busy day, but they have taken out their time. And have you projected the devotees? So I would like to request now His Grace Bhashugosh Prabhu. Okay. Yeah. Bhashugosh Prabhu, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hare Krishna. Yes, we can also hear you. Thank you. Thank you. So Bhashugosh Prabhu.
Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. So I came to Hyderabad from Bombay. It was April 1974. And Prabhupada had a 5-day program in the Nampally exhibition grounds. We had Telugu BBT. About 5,000 people were listening to Prabhupada's lecture. Maybe you can see behind me, this background picture is from 1976 at the opening of Hyderabad temple. We were in Prabhupada's room. Is in this picture. After Prabhupada's program in Nampally, we all went to Tirupati and we had a matador van, 16-passenger matador. We were 12 and Anandamaya Prabhu was there. I can't give you a blow-by-blow of my relation with him, but right in the beginning, I started accompanying him to enroll life members. We used to move in auto rickshaws and we would meet businessmen, and he was my, you can say, Shiksha Guru for life membership. So I was there with Anandamaya 1974, 75, 76, 77, and 78. 5 years. And during that time, we were together on a daily basis. So we were friends. We were friends up till the end. It's very sad that Anandamaya Prabhu left his body. I think it was like Bhishma Pitamaha. I think that he didn't want to remain in this world anymore, from what I understand. So he was a very simple person. he was the most humble personality. He hardly got angry. He controlled his diet. He was very meticulous in eating. You know, he would take much longer than anyone else to eat. That was one of his qualities. And he was very philosophical. He read a lot. And he gave lectures. I guess, I don't know exactly, you know, how many lectures he gave, but he dedicated himself to the Telugu BBT, Telugu translations, although he never learned Telugu, which I guess he should have, and I should have. At least I learned the script. I never learned to speak. After leaving Hyderabad, I left in 1979, February, and went to Mayapur. So, seems like yesterday, but it's, what is it? It's 46 years. Can't believe it. Long time. And I kept in touch. Anandamaya Prabhu, both of us became grihastas. I cannot remember, he was 10 years older than myself, but I became a grihasta before he did, and I was surprised, actually, because he seemed, you know, such a staunch brahmachari, but he also became a grihasta. It's like, you know, ISKCON Pune had 250 brahmacharis, of 500 brahmacharis, but 250 have gone out to become grihastas. So that's, you know, normal course. To be a brahmachari is tough. I remember meeting Anandamaya, I guess it was 1984 in Tirupati. And that's when he told me he was thinking of entering grihasta ashram. And shortly thereafter, I entered grihasta ashram. Maybe it was after that, because I must have been already a grihasta when he told me he was also, you know, thinking of marrying. And he married and he had the 2 children. And much later, just a few years ago, must be 6 years, I think it was before the pandemic, when his daughter was married, I was able to attend that ceremony in Dharmasthala, in Karnataka, near Udupi. So Anandamaya was very soft-spoken. He never wanted to be the president, for example. He never wanted, you know, power. He just wanted to do humble service. And that quality is very rare. You know, I don't know how I pulled on in ISKCON for 52 years, but if I hadn't been temple president, it would have been very difficult for me. But Anandamaya, all those years, it didn't bother him that he wasn't a controller. So, wow, his life was glorious. I've been 52 years, but he joined before me a couple years. So he served for 54 years. And what can I say? Just escaping me. What should I say about Anandamaya? Because his dealings were so nice with everybody. You know, he was so polite and humble. And just every morning was there in Mangalarati, followed the programs very strictly. Even during my visits to Hyderabad, which are very brief and very few. And this last visit, when I came upon the invitation of Sri Ram Prabhu, and I attended 4 Rath Yatras in Hyderabad at the end of June and beginning of July, I missed seeing Anandamaya for some reason. But whenever I would go and see him, he was always there in the morning programs. And he would sit, when I was giving a lecture, he would sit there very humbly, even though he was my senior. His very, very regulated program, very, very regulated schedule every day. You know, his day was defined very, he would be in the Mangalarati, chant his rounds there in the temple. He would attend the greeting of the deities. He was always there. And down in that basement, he survived all those years in that basement. A tough place to in a place where there's no window. And his office, I would always meet him whenever I came. Brought back, you know, the memories of my years in Hyderabad, and he would sit in that office and he would do his work. He maintained the life membership records from the 1970s, and he was very diligent in whatever he did. So, such a personality, all the qualities he had, and the years and years, decades of dedication to the mission, without, you know, any hankering for name and fame and power. It's very praiseworthy. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Prabhuji. Please. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very, you know, rare individual who could serve for so many years like that. We don't see that many, very rare. Very rare, and full dedication. He was total faith. He had total faith in the teachings of our Parampara and Prabhupada. He wasn't a fanatic. You know, he was very level-headed, logical, but also very philosophical. So a few words may not be sufficient to praise Anandamaya. And he was very low-key, you know, didn't care if he was noticed or not. But he was beloved to all. So I think his legacy of seva will inspire many people, whoever came in touch with him, whoever saw his humble and gentle demeanor, very positive contribution. We can't praise it enough, actually. So we can be inspired by that example that he set. Whatever the circumstances are. You know, it's a very high bar to be a total renunciate. So crossing that bar for many of us is very difficult. But at least to go on serving the mission. Prabhupada's godbrother, Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Maharaj, who used to come to He used to visit ISKCON Abids in those days, in the 1970s, 80s, and I guess, I don't know in the 90s, but I know in the 70s and 80s. So when he saw that I became a Grihastha, he told me, don't leave the movement. So it was the desire of Prabhupada that, you know, yena kena prakarena, somehow carry out the mission. And even if someone becomes a householder like myself and Anandamaya, but the dedication to the mission is the most important thing. And spreading Krishna consciousness, we all feel, is the need of the moment. And unfortunately, there are those who putting water in the milk and changing the philosophy. Here in India, it's the breakaway group that we all know are changing the philosophy. And Prabhupada was very lenient and tolerant and friendly, but if someone changed the philosophy, the tolerance ended there. He drew the line. You can call it the Lakshman Rekha or whatever. So Anandamaya knew the philosophy. He understood. And, you know, Prabhupada never taught that he would be the guru forever and there would be no other guru. That's just a type of fanaticism. And we see so many of our God brothers. There's a movie that was made in 1999, Disciple of My Disciple. And you can all watch it on YouTube. The vast majority of God brothers agreed, you know, that Prabhupada preached disciplic succession. And so, you know, we who understood this, like Anandamaya Prabhu, there's no attraction for the breakaway group because of this philosophical understanding. So any devotee who's philosophical, and Anandamaya Prabhu, that was a great quality. He was very, very philosophical. Very, very philosophical. So those devotees who are thoughtful, philosophical, even though we didn't have Vedic education, and now in India, you know, there's a few Brahmins who have Vedic education, otherwise we all had Western education. And education means atheism. So for us, having had that Western education, the dedication to Prabhupada's mission was because we were convinced of the philosophy. And Anandamaya, in his life, by his example, showed that dedication came from his, you know, philosophical realization and understanding. So we should all imbibe that quality from him. All the devotees can learn. They can learn how to dedicate their lives by looking at the example that Anandamaya Prabhu set by his life. Even though he became a householder, but he was fully dedicated to the mission, fully dedicated to getting the books out. You know, he gave his all. And out of a lifetime of 79 years, I would say it was 54 of those years he gave to the mission. So his life was glorious. And glorifying Anandamaya, we can't say enough words to glorify him properly. I think I spoke too long, so I'll end here.
Hare Krishna.
I know Raman Prabhu, Mahaman Prabhu, and others are gathered. I see a big crowd there in Hyderabad temple. It's very impressive. And thank you, Sitaram Prabhu, and I can't see Krishna, but I know he's there. Thank you to him also for inviting me to speak a few words. I don't think I did justice by these few words to the glories of Anandamaya Prabhu, but whatever I spoke,
Hare.
I hope you all accept it as a sincere intent to glorify a really great devotee, really. Jai Anila Prema Dhana Karuna Prachur. That's all we can say. Kota Gela What is it? What's the rest of it? Kotagela Vaishnava.
Thakur.
Kotagela Vaishnava Acharya Thakur Vaishnava Thakur. Anandamaya Prabhu ki.
Jai.
Hari. Here.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki. His Grace Bhashugosh Prabhu ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you very much, Bhashugosh Prabhu, for joining us. For me, knowing you for last several years, and especially knowing you from the last 7-8 years of being in the national leadership, to hear you with this tone is very rare. And that is the evidence that you're speaking about Anandamaya Prabhu. That is an evidence. All of you who don't know, I understand, Bhashugosh Prabhu, you were 16 when you joined.
17.
Yes.
17.
Those of you who don't know Bhashugosh Prabhu, he was just 17 years old when he joined this mission. And he was here doing membership. He was doing membership here with Anandamaya Prabhu. So very, very special. And actually, seeing Bhashugosh Prabhu speaking like this, it's very rare. Because I see him in the meetings and he said about power, but I've seen one of the leaders in the movement who holds power and stands up for philosophy and for truth. Bhashugosh Prabhu stands for that. I have a personal experience. And actually it is very true. My personal experience, Anandamaya Prabhu, for some reasons, due to his health also and due to certain various reasons, the book printing was shifted to Mumbai of Telugu. In that whole phase, the HTMC was also requested to speak to Anandamaya Prabhu. There were certain formalities to be done. But even in that phase, wherein he may have to stop printing, he was so humble explaining his side. He was repeatedly making only a few statements with great humility. But how we can print so many titles? But how we can do? But Prabhupada said like this, he was never seen angry. Never. I mean, this was something very big for him to stop printing, but so humble. And that's example for this temple's glories actually, I would say. Now, I would like to request His Grace Revati Raman Prabhu, our GBC, and also a very strong, very senior bureau member, as well as a very strong, very long leader in ISKCON India. He has a lot of association very regularly. Revati Raman Prabhu has been visiting Hyderabad and having association of Anandamaya Prabhu. Back to you, Revati Raman Prabhu. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. To say a few words on Anandamaya Prabhu. I thought that Bhakti Prabhu is very special. Humble, sweet, soft-spoken, such qualities. He is always obscure, not coming to that fact. Always behind the screen. But doing his job very sincere. Very sincere. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Vaishnavi Bhakti Swami Nityanani. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani Nirvishesha Chunyavani Pastyad Vishta. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. I thought that Guru Swami in Srimad Bhagavatam. Tipachaya Dharmaya. Maitriya Agriculture. Tattva Paramatma. Bhagavan Sampasada. Lord speaks with whom? So Guru Swami says, Tipachaya, with lot of patience. Then he will see with Anandamaya. Karamaya, what is it? My personal experience. Whenever I hear the Mahamsa is come near me and this, you are not qualified. Don't join it again. It is an exalted. Prabhupada is said. So special. From France, coming to India, but in South India. I asked him to patience. That's the message. having conflicts in the devotee. There were some problems in the beginning. In the management in the Andhra Hills, you are very cool person. You are equal to everyone. Now, comes to the field. What is doing with the devotees who have these qualities? So the answer that they have is if you are reading his stations, soft, so you can interpret. Very sharp and very soft. I have these classes. Simple but very deep. And very simple at heart. And the rest of the argument. They have to do the rest of it. Once I can do a class. After the class, Anandamaya Prabhu came to me and asked, how is that you said that? You have any reference? I said, everybody reference. What is reference? How do you say it? I said, I heard from Maya to realize. And I want to remember one of our conversations years back. They told me, is desire to come to Telugu BBT, and several times to Telugu BBT without a BB. With BBT to Telugu. I said, where you can come? And let me tell you, I was after waiting for a few months, I listened things carefully. What he taught me with all gentleness. And told me that teaching facilities in Hyderabad were much better than in Tirupati. And therefore, I'm going to stay in Hyderabad and continue my services. Sorry, I didn't know that. The secretary is tactful vision. Always thinking how best he can serve Srila Prabhupada's mission. Whether it is very humble or how it is very well. And it's all whenever I come to Hyderabad, he is there in my heart. He is there in Darshanatma. He is there in Srila Prabhupada's puja. He is there in powerful class puja, junior. I'm not doing junior thing. I just felt to sitting very embarrassed. Nobody will sit and do. So sit. That's a wonderful politics. There is no class for the way culture that from other stuff to politics. From the beginning very soft, you will see.
Hare Krishna.
But there is no pride. Yeah.
Revitaram Prabhu?
Yeah.
Prabhuji, just for last few minutes, we are not able to hear clearly. We don't want to miss. Let's just take the mic a little closer or maybe you can remove it, yeah.
You think I can speak?
Can you try without your mic, without the earphone, or take it closer, the mic closer to your mouth?
Okay.
Hare Krishna, yeah. This is better, yeah.
So, such a wonderful personality. And the Mangalarti, he is there. Darshanarti is there. Shraddha Guru Puja is there. The class is there. I will give class, all the children are class. And you have to enjoy it. No problem. It's important here. That's a wonderful person. No, he's from France, from very cultured background. And also,
Yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you. You can hear you. Please go on.
yeah, it really embraces the devotional culture of South India. It's not India. A person from France or after the style and living in South India is very sympathy. But the France, they have different culture, different style of living, different food. But no, it's very simple and rice, dal, sabji. They mingle with all the royal duties with a great warmth. What are they told to the translators, editors, and printers? Patiently coordinating the publication of Srila Prabhupada books in Telugu language. In never in Telugu. Neither can read or talk. No. But it's coordinated so nicely, so beautiful. They have the natural ability to listen. Everything is very careful. Carefully. and they were the best in others. That is Anandamaya Prabhu. So he got many books, as said in the writer given by Sitaram Prabhu, Krishna Prabhu. So much in the writer is there. So many books in Telugu language is taught. And it can be approached very easy. Not to reach the Prabhupada disciples is not easy, difficult, because they're very busy. They keep moving around. But it's very simple. He used to be there in Hyderabad all the time. If any time you go to Hyderabad, you can see him, meet him. And also he came for Tirupati temple inauguration. All the inauguration, he came to me and appreciated, tapping my back, my brain. Because the restaurant, you have done a very good job. Prabhupada will be happy with you. Those kind words I cannot tell. Anandamaya mood is very special. It never has been ideas in anyone. Always thinking about Srila Prabhupada, how to serve Srila Prabhupada, how to teach the books. That's all. In the beginning, we used to listen to God. And recognize the call of Prabhupada, this many books. Yes. This many books, yes. Sometimes I forget the payment, to pay him, and forget. Every gentle manner will remember. Basically, Prabhu, you have to pay this much amount first. You have to do that. Example of dedication, simplicity, and service-mindedness. If you put the thought of the other devotee, transfers national and cultural boundaries. Harmonizing with all, simply for the benefit of Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. Anandamaya Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada, King Church. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I thank all the Hyderabad devotees for organizing this program to talk about Anandamaya Prabhu, to glorify him. We always wonder. In fact, I want to come here in Hyderabad, somewhere I will help up here. In order to ask me. So all the things were actually so many bills. I will help up here. I'm very sorry for that. I will be very sorry. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Remembrances Prabhu, for joining us. And actually, you just shared one very important aspect of you really elaborated that how he's there in Mangalarti, Tulsi Arti, Japa, and Bhagavatam class every single day. In the second generation, among the top leadership, at least in India, among the GBCs, you, Prabhu, set that example. Anywhere, any part of the world, you are actually there in the morning program. That's very great of you, and thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, Remembrances Prabhu, and giving your association. Prabhu was expected, but somehow he could not come, but we are very happy that he joined in the very early hours when all the leaders have actually come also. Thank you once again, Prabhu.
And the wonder of all the devotees, especially Mahamsa and Prabhu. They are dear Prabhupada disciples, but the dynamic leaders, very simple and very sweet by nature. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Revati Raman, for you.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Very much.
Now I would like to request His Grace Mahaman Prabhu to give his offering. Mahaman Prabhu has served here in Radha Madan Mohan temple. He was for some time the temple president here. He had very close association of Anandamaya Prabhu. Mahaman Prabhu, please.
Om Agyan Timirandasya Jnananjana Chalakya Chakshurunmelitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruvema. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. My danvats to Shishi Gurnitai, Shishi Radha Madan Mohan, Jagannath Subhadra Baladev, and all the devotees who have come here in glorification and remembrance of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. The very fact that there are so many devotees assembled here today, and also I was informed that on the day that he left, there were so many devotees, the whole temple was jam-packed, no place to stand. This shows how popular and how dear Anandamaya Prabhu was to all the devotees, all the congregation devotees as well as the devotees who are serving in the temple. Devati Naman Prabhuji had made a very nice offering I had known Anandamaya Prabhu since 1982 when I became the temple president till 1987. And Anandamaya Prabhu was the secretary of the temple at the time. And he was totally unassuming, very humble devotee, very strict in his sadhana, as previous speakers have mentioned. Every morning he would be there for Mangalarti, Bhagavatam class, Japa, in front of the Prabhupada or in front in the temple hall itself. Every evening come for darshan, Aarti, and then come for Sunday Aarti. And also very friendly to all devotees. One Prabhuji mentioned how it's so difficult to from a foreign country like France to come and mingle in South Indian culture. What we have seen here, he was totally mixed with the South Indian society, and also I offer my condolences here to his very good wife, Shiva Gami, who was totally loyal to him, so completely caring for him. Their two children brought up very nicely, Krishna consciously. Anandamaya Prabhu was a very ideal grihastha and totally dedicated to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. We could say in one word, he was Prabhupada's man. Definitely he was Prabhupada's man with vast intelligence and good knowledge of the scriptures. He had very important services like translating or coordinating the translation of the books into Telugu. His life's mission seemed to be dedicated to printing and distributing of these books. Apart from that, he did various services in the temple when I was the temple president at that time, and particularly he was very much meticulous that all the life members that were registered there in Hyderabad, they were being serviced very nicely. He would, myself and him, the only point ever we differed was that he would insist that the life members should get top priority over everything. He said he will leave everything and just take this one service of serving the life members. He was very strict in that. He said we should always keep our promises. Whatever we have promised to our life members, those days be like financially unviable. He kept on, he'll leave everything but collect only so that the life members get what we have promised. So he was very meticulous in that, in the life membership department, as well as other services. And I saw him in the temple when I was there. He was doing so many menial services. Sometimes due to force of circumstances, someone was not there to clean the temple floor. He would clean personally the temple floor with his own hands, mop up the floors. And on those days, there was not those easy slide mops. With his hands in the bucket and water, I felt that he was so surrendered. This just reminded me that of his total dedication to Srila Prabhupada, and especially to book printing and book distribution. This one, I was recently visited one temple, the Chippiwada temple in Delhi. I think many of you might have visited that. If you haven't, I request that on your next visit, please visit this Chippiwada temple. That's where Prabhupada translated the Bhagavatam and arranged for the printing, the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the 3 first volumes. Prabhupada mentions in the letter that sometimes he would not have money to buy food, or even if he had money, he would use that money to print the books. He would not even eat sometimes. And in that same letter, Prabhupada mentions that sometimes he would take paper to print the books. He would avoid paying the payment for a rickshaw and carry the paper on his head, such austerity Prabhupada had taken. And later on Prabhupada said, Vasudeva carried Krishna on his head in a basket across the Yamuna. And this paper which I'm carrying on my head, which I used to carry on, I will write the message of Krishna, which will go all over the world in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam. And Anandamaya Prabhu imbibed a lot of qualities which are defined, which are definitive of a sadhu. He had all the qualities of a sadhu. Exemplary, impeccable sadhana, as I mentioned, very kind to everyone. I don't think you will find anyone in that Hyderabad area or anywhere in ISKCON who has anything to say against Anandamaya Prabhu. He is such a gentleman, a proper sadhu. And at this moment, we are really bereaved. We will feel separation from him. My condolences to his good wife, Shivagami, who was totally also dedicated to him as well as our mission. And I'd like to thank all the organizers of today's program. I would have very much loved to be in the midst of you physically, but I had some commitments, so I could not come. But thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki. His Grace Mahaman Prabhu ki. Mahaman Prabhu, thank you very much for your wonderful offering. Actually, I just wanted to share with you that in the beginning you mentioned that on his disappearance, a lot of congregation, a lot of devotees were that the temple hall was full. But I wanted to share that a lot of life members, a lot of well-wishers who are not practicing devotees have all come, and not only the temple hall was packed, but even the cremation place was fully packed with 3 hours of kirtan in honor of Anandamaya Prabhu. Thank you very much for giving a beautiful offering, Prabhuji. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite His Grace Madhav Gopinath Prabhu to give his offering. So now we are having many senior leaders. We are expecting Jayapataka Maharaj also. So we are requesting devotees to keep it 4 minutes, and the 5th minute will be with the assistance of our bell, with great humility.
Thank you. I'm one of those fortunate souls who had a long association with His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, close to 30 plus years. In all these years, he gave a wonderful association, sometimes talking to him for more than an hour. At least I remember 100 occasions he gave time. I used to sit with him in his cabin and we discussed about a lot of things, and he was sharing. One point of a time, there was a controversy. That is that on an eclipse, Balram Purnima came, and the evening there was a Julan Yatra. So I wanted to close the temple because all other temples were being closed wherever I was there. But some devotees said that Madan Mohan temple is open and many other temples are open on eclipse. We don't have any specific instruction to close these temples. Then I said, let's talk to Anandamaya Prabhu. So I came after the Balram Purnima celebration in the afternoon. This evening there is eclipse. What was it? Then immediately he told, one time there was an eclipse in Hyderabad when Prabhupada was there. Someone asked Prabhupada what we should do. Prabhupada said, what is the biggest temple in your state? Immediately devotees said, it's Tirupati. What would they do? They said that they closed the temple, then you should close, Prabhupada said. Then I recorded that also, still have the recording. Of course, that may not be there in Veda base, that's why still devotees do open on eclipse day if it is a festival. But Anandamaya Prabhu said, always to follow the local custom. Prabhupada wanted that. This is one such thing. I have a few things I recorded. And he also was very much encouraging me that just like Vrindavan, Prabhupada said, is my home, and Mayapur is Mayapur is my place of worship, and Bombay is my office. For Hyderabad, Srila Prabhupada did not make it explicit, but from the day when he landed, the day he left, he was only talking about farm, farm and farm.
So Anandamaya Prabhu was encouraging us when we were desiring to stay in the farm. Even today also, I came from the farm, and every time he sees me that now you are living in village, I'm very happy. He was encouraging us. Another thing is that we used to exchange books. I had a very good library. Prabhu had a very good library. We used to exchange books, and he used to remind me sometime. Madhav Prabhu said 2 weeks. It's already 2 weeks. You didn't return my book. Please return. I used to call and take. And when I came from US, I was living in the US for some time, and I came back. I wanted to distribute books. But in US it was freelance. Anybody wanted to distribute books used to get very easily. Here there were so many rules when I came. Then I told him that no one is giving books. You want to distribute books? Nobody is giving you. Come, I will give you. So Prabhu took my details and gave book. And then, but he used to remind me, it's time for you to pay. So please come and pay. And he used to send his handwritten invoice by post. And one more thing, sometimes he was keeping the one devotee working with him for Rakesh Prabhu. He was always telling Madhav Gopinath Prabhu would come today. Please keep some prasadam. He used to tell that prasadam will be closed. So you will have many opportunities he gave to take prasadam with him. 2 specific instructions he gave me. One of them was that to print Ramayana in Telugu. Of course, we translated one book, Bhakti Vikas Maharaj's book. And Prabhu helped us in different stages to print that book. And he also told me that in every verse you translate in future and print in Telugu, and also about Mahabharata. That was his desire. Now, of course, there's a small one condensed version of Mahabharata is printed, but he wanted the entire Mahabharata with all the verses in Telugu to be printed. And many Prabhupada stories when he was in Hyderabad. And also for some time, Gaur Govind Maharaj stayed here. I think he was not a Maharaj at the time, but he stayed in Madan Mohan temple. Prabhu told me elaborate notes also. We had actually documented that. And one more thing is many letters of Prabhupada wrote in Hyderabad. That collection only Anandamaya Prabhu had. And many years they were not even there in the database. One point of time I took all of them with his permission, xeroxed it and sent it to Eknath Prabhu. Now they are available in database. 100+ letters that Prabhupada gave. In that Prabhupada also wrote a vision for Hyderabad farm. How the farm should be conducted, how many trustees should be there, what is the job of the trustee, and all that. Many times, we were having philosophical discussions, and also normally would not go out so much for preaching. In fact, in 32 years, I had seen many authorities changed here, many temple presidents changed, but there were only 2 people all the time here. One is Vishwakirti Prabhu. He was sweet singing. Another Prabhu is Anandamaya Prabhu. Only 2 devotees in from last 32 years are here. One day when I meet in Anandamaya Prabhu, he had tears in his eyes. I said, what's going on? He wouldn't tell. He would never criticize the authority, even though whatever difficult time. One of the authority told him that you have to pay for your cabin. You also have to pay for the bike parking. I said, what happened? He was saying this, but he was not finding fault. It's a policy. Prabhupada told me to stay here. I'll adhere. And after doing almost 50+ years of service, someone said that, how can you translate books into Telugu? You are French national, no, and how can you translate from English books to Telugu books? That time also another occasion he was actually feeling bad. In fact, he knew Telugu because many times we were discussing whatever we have written, he was telling. Then I was telling him that even Prabhupada translated from Sanskrit to English. Neither Sanskrit nor English are his language is Bengali. And then Prabhupada told you to come here. So we were exchanging. And one of the last thing is, I translated Bhagavad Gita as it is in Sanskrit. I was also told that who will read this book? Nobody will read. I requested Aisham Prabhu gave a nice recommendation letter. We sent it. Even then the authorities were not responding. Then that is my last conversation with Anandamaya Prabhu. I called him. He said, this is what is happening. So with so much difficulty. This original language was in Sanskrit, Bhagavad Gita. But when I translated in Sanskrit, there was a very cold response. My mail is not even responded despite reminders. He said, be patient, one day will come, this book will be published. That is the last conversation. Unfortunately, on that day when Prabhu left, I couldn't come. In fact, I came to know I wanted to come, but I remembered his instruction that you follow the local custom. There is a lady, in our village, she passed away. The local custom is that we should not leave till the time body is taken. I was stuck there. I was praying, but it was evening and it was sunset by the time they were taking her. So I stayed that this is what Prabhu wanted me to do. And in 32 years, so much association, I had hours and hours and hours. I'm really grateful to be associating with Anandamaya Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Madhav Gopinath Prabhu, for your beautiful offering. So now we will have His Grace Yudhishthira Govinda Prabhu. He is one of the young, he is actually, I would say, the child or the second generation of the Radha Madan Mohan temple. I have been told by devotees that Prabhu was his father and he was here for a long time, and as a child he grew up here. As a child he got a lot of association of Anandamaya Prabhu. He is also one of our youngest bureau members of ISKCON India. So Yudhishthira Prabhu is there online?
Yeah. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yudhishthira Prabhu, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Om Jnana Dasya Jnana Shalakya Chakshurunmetam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namne Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachayani Nirvisheshnadi Paschat Deshatayin Vancha Kalpataru Vyaschi Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Taitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Firstly, I offer my humble obeisances unto all the assembled Vaishnavas online and offline, Mahaman Prabhu, Bhashagosh Prabhu, Revati Raman Prabhu, and all the other devotees there. I also apologize. I really wanted to be there in Hyderabad with all of you, but somehow due to the services in Delhi, I am still here. But in spirit and emotion, I very much feel that be present in the shelter of Sri Radha Madan Mohan Gaur Nitai and Jagannath Baldev Subhadra along with all of you. What can I say? It's like, a sparrow trying to cover the ocean. Anandamaya Prabhu's devotional qualities, his dedication, all of that have already been very nicely elaborated by the devotees before me. But somehow by great fortune, or even I should say rather causeless mercy of the devotees, I had the good fortune of knowing Anandamaya Prabhu since my childhood. And it's remarkable that the way I remember him from my childhood is pretty much how I remember him from our last meeting. Nothing changed actually. He still was the same humble person, same simple dhoti kurta. I remember back in the days he would come in his Chetak, that moped bike, and he would park it there and he would continue his services. Evening I would see him in the Sandhya Arati, and I still remember him as the same humble person. And it's not something very easy to do in today's day and time. Anandamaya Prabhu was someone who we would typically call as a backroom operator. You wouldn't see him so much in the limelight, giving big classes to 100, 200,000 people or leading big events. He was silently working on the instruction that Srila Prabhupada gave him in a land that was not natively his, in a language that he was not a native speaker of. But despite all the other challenges that came throughout his devotional life, he stood like a rock. No matter the weather, the personalities, the challenges, he always was dedicated to serve Srila Prabhupada. And the result of that is today, though I'm not a native Telugu speaker, I speak Telugu but I can't read it, but when I spoke to many devotees, and they would always tell me that Prabhu's translation is Sarala Gita, very easy to understand, and it has created a huge wave in the rural parts of that time Andhra and now Telangana in making people Krishna consciousness. So that is the potency of a devotee, and ultimately when we say Phalena Parichate, so this is the fruits of his endeavor. And whenever I would meet Anandamaya Prabhu, he would always recollect the memories of the farm, his time there, and how Srila Prabhupada had different ideas, so he would express that. And many times I had the good fortune of doing some humble service. Whenever he would come over to our house, my father would have invited him for lunch or dinner, so he would serve him, and I would also have the opportunity to serve him. So I'm very grateful that Prabhu gave myself and the family a lot of association. He would also come very often to Balram Purnima and do the Abhishek of Sri Krishna Balaram. And once I remember I was meeting Guru Kripa Prabhu a long time ago, I think 10 or 12 years ago. So he asked me, is the French devotee still there? I said, yeah, he's the only one there. So He told me, do you know how he became a devotee? I said, no. He said, myself and few other devotees, we were traveling from Calcutta or Mayapur and we were going to Bihar for preaching. And there was a mela. And there you had all the, brown skin native Biharis in the mela. And there was one person standing out, white guy, in middle of the ocean of brown people. So we wondered what's going on here. So I walked up to him and I said, what are you doing here? So he says, I'm trying to find God. That's why I'm here.
Maybe after 12:30.
So you are not going to find God this way. So we took him along and went to Mayapur or Calcutta, and the rest is history. So that was Anandamaya Prabhu back then. And since then, he has been there as a rock solid community member. His sadhana was inspirational. His behavior was inspirational. He is dealing with the devotees. And I can only remember this verse from the Shad Goswami Ashtakam, where the Goswamis were described as beloved by the ruffians and the civilized people. No one had anything negative to say about the Goswamis. So I see that quality pretty much reflecting in Anandamaya Prabhu. And on this auspicious day where we are remembering the passing of Anandamaya Prabhu, I pray and bow down to him, requesting for a small portion of his dedication and devotion to Srila Prabhupada so that we can live on the footsteps that he taught us. Thank you very much to the organizers of this program, the HTMC, Vardha Krishna Prabhu, Sitaram Prabhu, Radhesham Prabhu, for bringing all of us together and for making me a part of today's festival. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yudhishthira Govind Prabhu, for a very sweet and a very personal offering. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Now, I would like to request, we were supposed to have Jayapataka Maharaj joining us live, but due to some reasons, Maharaj is not able to. Now we're going to have his dear disciple, his guest, Vardha Krishna Prabhu, the convener of the HTMC. He leads us here in the Hyderabad temple at the HTMC. I would like to request him to read the offering of His Holiness Swami Maharaj, our GBC from the very beginning, and a very dear God brother of His Grace, my Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, I am reading the offering made by His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj as an offering to His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. My dear devotees, please accept my blessings and best wishes as applicable. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Written from my home base, Sri Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir. I heard today you are having the Smriti Sabha for His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. I wanted to join online, but because of my health, I am not able to join, so I am sending this message. I first met Anandamaya Prabhu in Kolkata in 1972. He had met Tamal Krishna Goswami and Achyutananda Swami and Guru Krupa Prabhu in Bihar. They had gone from Calcutta to Bihar for preaching, so Anandamaya Prabhu came back with them to Kolkata. He was very humble, soft-spoken. Then he went to Vrindavan and took initiation. Later, I met him in Hyderabad. He had started Hyderabad BBT. Even though he was French-speaking, he dedicated his life for translating Srila Prabhupada's books to Telugu. Because of his mercy, we have Srila Prabhupada's books in Telugu today. Anandamaya Prabhu, he also had a strong sadhana, attending Mangalarti and Gaurarati every day till he was very sick. Through the Telugu BBT publications, he printed 55 lakhs of Telugu literature, including 16 lakhs of Bhagavad Gita books, 16 titles. Now, although we feel the pain of separation, we know that Anandamaya Prabhu has returned to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. He gave his life for spreading Srila Prabhupada's books. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Yours in the service, Jayapataka Swami. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Vardhakrishna Prabhu. His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj ki. Now I would like to request His Grace Mahasundar Prabhu to give his offering. Even Mahasundar Prabhu has been a part of this temple for several years, had very close association of Anandamaya Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Vino Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namaham Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminite Namne Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatadeshatari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki, Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai, Shri Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadramaya ki jai. All glories to all the Vaishnavas assembled here and all glories to His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So many devotees have heard the glorification. I was very, very fortunate that when I came here in 1992, for about 4 years, I was doing some service to Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. So at that time, I had the intimate association of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. When I came here, this situation was imagined to be, I say imagined to be, very difficult, extremely, and I was given to understand it's very difficult to work with the devotees here, and so I had to navigate the situation very carefully. But when it came to Anandamaya Prabhu, whatever I heard that he was difficult to deal with, it proved to be completely wrong. He was a very, very sweet devotee. He was so cooperative that I was actually stunned by his cooperation. Anything I would propose, any change to what he was doing, he very humbly would accept. And I developed so much affection for him, and he also developed extreme affection for me, and I was very pleased and I was very humbled by his wonderful behavior. Then I came to know that actually the history of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan temple is synonymous with the life of Anandamaya Prabhu here in Hyderabad. You can't divorce both of them. Unfortunately, right now that history has stopped. I hope that some very special memorial is created by the present-day authorities to perpetuate the memory of Anandamaya Prabhu here in Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan temple. I have heard of many, many steady devotees who have stuck to one service and never left their service. But nobody, to my knowledge, even though I know many other devotees, Prabhupada's disciples have served throughout in the movement, not one person I think can live up to the standard of Anandamaya Prabhu. 53 years or so, he has steadily stuck to one service. Actually, that is what Srila Prabhupada really wanted. Prabhupada used to say, sit tight in your service, go on doing your service. But it's very difficult, and I am guilty of not doing it at all. I couldn't sit tight anywhere. But Anandamaya Prabhu was such an inspiration, and there is nothing I can say beyond what all the previous Vaishnavas who have spoken about his glories. Mahaman Prabhu gave wonderful exposition of his glories. Yudhishthir Prabhu also recounted, and so many other devotees. My interaction with Anandamaya Prabhu, other than in the management, whatever little was there, was mostly philosophical. So there were so many areas of philosophy which I used to sit and enjoy the discussions with him. We would spend hours together discussing deep topics, and it was always a pleasure to meet him. And he was always kind. Whenever I used to meet him, he used to inquire about my family, and about my son and my wife. He was always very concerned. And there are so many qualities. One quality which I would like to say, because other Vaishnavas have already said many qualities, he was very childlike. He was so innocent, transcendentally innocent. He was truly like a child. He never had any air about himself that he is Srila Prabhupada's disciple. I have come across some Prabhupada's disciples who couldn't give up that air about themselves, and I have been on the receiving side of it sometime. But not Anandamaya Prabhu. He never gave you a feeling that he is some kind of a senior devotee, and he never would accept any respect. And whenever I used to meet him, when I bowed down to him, he would bow down back to me. I would refuse that he should bow down, and I would try to touch his feet, try to take the dust of his feet. He would never allow me. Only one time I got the chance, and that was unfortunately when he left the body, I could actually take the dust from his feet. Otherwise, he was so humble, he would never allow his feet to be touched. At least that's my experience. So he was so childlike. He was not childish, he was childlike. That childlike innocence which actually great Vaishnavas display, he had that. He had no envy, no trace of envy. He would always be cooperative with the management. Even though many times from his own anguish which he personally expressed to me, I could see he felt very anguished about some stoppage of certain services which was experienced by him, but still he was very cooperative. He steadfastly continued his service, which is really remarkable. And I feel it's a very personal loss for me, and as it is for many of the devotees here. So I am looking forward to seeing that his memory, this should not be just a one-off event where we remember him. I think for any devotee to always remember how Anandamaya Prabhu conducted his life and behaved with other devotees, junior and senior, it is the best example that any devotee can have, living example. And I think we miss out when people are actually there like that, we miss out their association where we take them for granted. Only when we actually experience the real loss, we know what we missed out. He was a true gem. And I am sure, Radha Madan Mohan, they are keeping him very safely in his, at their lotus feet. And I pray to Anandamaya Prabhu to bless me with a small particle of all the glories that he exhibited, which unfortunately I could not fully honor during his lifetime. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. I thank all the organizers, for especially Varada Krishna Prabhu. He took pains to call me and invite me. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jai Sri Anandamaya Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mahasundar Prabhu, for giving this beautiful offering. Just before, one speaker spoke about membership. He was very concerned about membership. At one point, he shared one beautiful pastime of his own, that he had gone to a lady in Hyderabad to make a life member. And somehow that lady, before even getting to meet devotees, she was very angry because she got this book, Life Comes from Life. She got this book before meeting, and when she met Anandamaya Prabhu, she was shouting at him. And she was telling, I am going to write to Indira Gandhi to ban this movement. She was so upset reading Srila Prabhupada blasting the scientist and blasting right, left and center, rascals, why we should follow them. And Anandamaya Prabhu, childlike nature, Jack Mahasundar Prabhu said, childlike. He calmly heard her fully first. And very sweetly he told her, Prabhupada is writing about the atheistic scientist. And the lady calmed down and became a member. And she became a member later on. Now we have His Grace Satya Gopinath Prabhu. Like Mahasundar Prabhu, Satya Gopinath Prabhu also was a co-president here. He had a lot of association of Anandamaya Prabhu. Satya Gopinath Prabhu, are you there? Yes. Satya Gopinath Prabhu, can you hear us?
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Yes, Satya Gopinath, please.
Kalpatarubhyasya kripa sindhubhyo vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. His Holiness Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. And all other Vaishnavas who are on the live and who are on the online, please accept my humble obeisances. I've been traveling actually, so somehow I'm out of station. I would have come to Hyderabad for this program. Somehow I couldn't come. And in 2000, I was sent by the GBC to Hyderabad as a co-president. And Anandamaya Prabhu is the one who gave shelter to me and encouraged me in all aspects. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, Vinayam Bhushanam, the decoration of a devotee, ornaments of a devotee is the humility. I could see the utmost humility personified is Anandamaya Prabhu. Like Mahasundar Prabhu was telling that, if he would pay obeisance to him, immediately he would in return pay the obeisance. Not only for Mahasundar Prabhu, even just joined new Bhakta goes and pays respects to Anandamaya Prabhu, he immediately would return pay the obeisances. And another thing I have seen in Anandamaya Prabhu is simplicity. He used to get, postal covers. He would remove the letter from that cover and read the letter, and he would tear that cover and keep all those covers, and behind the cover he would write for some notes or some rough work. For that he would use those covers for rough work. I was shocked, and he would never spend any waste money, Krishna's money, for anything else. That week I could learn from him. And very humble, and always he would travel in normal trains. And once Anandamaya Prabhu and myself, we went to bring Vishwakirti Prabhu from Ahmedabad. That time we both traveled together, and we went to Vishwakirti Prabhu and we requested him to come back to Hyderabad. And all the time I could see that he wants to encourage devotees and he wants to encourage book distribution. And I was traveling with Sanak Sanatan Prabhu from Vrindavan. Just I left him in Bangalore airport, and he also requested me that Anandamaya Prabhu, he encouraged the Padayatra, like in such a way that they could do wonderful book distribution in Telugu states those days. He wanted me to say about this. And another thing is, when I came and took the responsibility in Hyderabad, we were doing and Anandamaya Prabhu is the one, any activity, development and preaching activity, immediately he would remember Srila Prabhupada, and he said, Prabhupada wanted this type of dioramas and all. And one Janmashtami we arranged cultural programs. Then immediately he would remember Prabhupada's quotings. And Prabhupada wanted this type of cultural programs or anything. And preaching activities. For everything he would remember Prabhupada quotations and he would refer them. And it is so sad that we lost such a people that who had an intimate relationship with Srila Prabhupada. And in future, who can tell us what they had interaction with Srila Prabhupada, and every moment he would remember and he would say. And when we wanted to, from Rajahmundry ISKCON, we wanted to conduct Prabhupada Leelamrita statewide competition for the students. Then he was so happy. He was so happy. So many times he told me, hey, Satya Gopinath Prabhu. No, he would never say a single word. He would always refer to anybody Prabhu. That is another great quality from Anandamaya Prabhu. And he said, Prabhuji, in whole 45 years, we have printed only 5,000 Leelamrita in Telugu, and you ordered 50,000 Leelamrita. So I'm so happy.
And within time, he printed those books and he gave it to us, and we could able to conduct a Prabhupada Leelamrita statewide competition, and it was so successful. It was so successful. And it is so sad that, Anandamaya Prabhu, he left us. And I request somebody who has, very intimate relationship with Anandamaya Prabhu could make some biography and his attachment for Srila Prabhupada and, quotes from Srila Prabhupada. And if somebody can make some small booklet, it would be glorious, and, future generations can, read that book and, relate with the Srila Prabhupada. This is my humble request. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Varda Krishna Prabhu and Chaitanya Prabhu, Radhesham Prabhu, everybody, for giving me an opportunity to speak about Anandamaya Prabhu. Thank you so much. Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Satya Gopinath Prabhu. Thank you very much for sharing with us this very special incident about the Prabhupada Leelamrit competition. That's very nice to know. We were not aware of this. Thank you very much for sharing this. And also the Padayatra. Please convey, we are very happy about Sanak Sanatan Prabhu conveying the message. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request His Grace Sripati Prabhu, who would be reading the offering of His Holiness Bhakti Raghav Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada's disciple, who has been preaching in and around Hyderabad and a very good friend of Anandamaya Prabhu, and who's been preaching in and around Hyderabad for several years. Sripati Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Bhakti Raghav Swami Maharaj offering. My offering to His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. My dear Anandamaya Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Throughout your life, as a devotee, you served Srila Prabhupada's mission in a most exemplary manner. You are fixed in your sadhana and undeterred in your service to Srila Prabhupada, to whom you showed the greatest respect and appreciation. You had the great and rare fortune of being the inspirational force to help translate Srila Prabhupada books in the local Telugu language. I cannot imagine how many hundreds and thousands of books you have printed and helped distribute to transform the hearts and consciousness of hundreds and thousands of fortunate souls in the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. For decades, you continue to faithfully serve the lordships to Sri Radha Madan Mohan and remain a humble servant at ISKCON, Hyderabad. Whenever I had to speak at events, you spoke with clarity and full conviction about the mission of Srila Prabhupada. You were a scholar and would very convincingly present the philosophy of Krishna consciousness to your audience. On behalf of all the devotees and congregational members of ISKCON Hyderabad, thank you for your many decades of unwavering service to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for being so exemplary and a source of inspiration to so many devotees. I am sure that you are with Srila Prabhupada, continuing to assist him in his mission. Within a short time, I, along with your God brothers and God sisters still here, will soon be joining you to continue our service to His divine grace. Thank you for your kind association. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, your humble servant, Bhakti Raghav Swami. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your offering. Now I would like to request one of our very senior BB leaders, Narsingam Stuti Prabhu, to make his offering to Anandamaya Prabhu. We are requesting leaders to now keep it 4 minutes, maximum 5, so that a lot of devotees are there. We have many devotees online, We do have a video of His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj and also Mahamsa Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki Jai. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. I associate with Anandamaya Prabhu for more than 15 years. So I am really grateful. I express my gratitude for giving me an opportunity to participate in the Telugu translation of BBT books. He has given me an opportunity to make some modifications in Bhagavad Gita as it is Telugu version. So then I was in service, government service. I took the help of one school assistant and one Telugu guide, so make it beautiful to offer it as a great opportunity to honor it. So we took nearly 6 months to modify the entire Bhagavad Gita Telugu version and hand it over to Anandamaya Prabhu. He received it with a radiating smile, and when I offered obeisances, he also returned obeisances and blessed me. So that is a long association. I used to participate in many translation activities. So that is the opportunity the Prabhu has very kindly gave me. So I used to look him, I used to treat him as a god brother of my spiritual master, His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj. So my Maharaj used to say, if you honor or serve my god brothers, I'll be more happy than serving me directly. So that composition I maintained. I developed a lot of affinity and respect for him. So whenever I serve him, I used to think that my Maharaj will be very happy, my spiritual master will be very happy. So he has given me an opportunity to translate the Vaishnava, the great Vaishnavas of Vaishnava philosophy, and that book was available, then it was available in script, English script. Then we could somehow translate it, try to translate it and submit to him. He was very happy with that. And Prabhu used to engage me in the discussion with Vaishnava Prabhu, who used to come from Hyderabad, Mumbai, BBT headquarters. So there used to be some discussions. Vaishnava Prabhu used to come once in 3 months. So whenever he comes, he used to send an advance invitation to me, and I used to associate with him, and used to suggestions to incorporate in the Telugu translations. Thus, I have an association with him. Cool composition and child, just like the disposition. He attracts everybody. Nobody will dispute with him. He is very cool and very cool and very friendly composition he has. So I am very grateful to him for providing the opportunities to serve Prabhupada through the translation of the books, and I am very grateful to him. And he used to, even if a small, whenever I come to a temple, I offer some fruits to him, fruits to the Lord Radha Madan Mohan, and he used to give one small fruit. But he used to receive with a beaming smile. So that is so simple and humble and a worthy disciple of Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada. And he served, he dedicated his life to render service throughout his life to his Prabhupada, his Guru, spiritual master Prabhupada. So it is a lesson to all of us to how to render service to the spiritual master. We can learn, all of us can learn from him, and I appreciate his disposition. I thank you all for giving me an opportunity to express this gratitude to Anandamaya Prabhu. He is always, he will be always with us and encourage us in our spiritual pursuits. Thank you very much. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai, Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Nasimhastuti Prabhu, for your nice offering. Now we will play the video offering of His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj.
I'll speak a few words about my godbrother Anandamaya Prabhu, who probably none of you ever heard of. Gadadhar Pandit, you know. We just got the news that he passed away from this world. I'm smiling. Vaishnava Vijay, devotee passes away means he conquers over material nature. Actually, there are two godbrothers of mine I know of, there may be more, called Anandamaya. One was there in London when I joined. He also passed away some time ago. But this Anandamaya Prabhu I knew well over several decades. He came to Krishna consciousness in India, and after some time traveling around in India with devotees, preaching programs, he joined in Calcutta and spent a little time there. And then he traveled quite a lot with Achyutananda Swami, who he was always very appreciative of, and eventually settled in Hyderabad before Srila Prabhupada passed away, and he remained there ever since, in the same place, serving for decades. And specifically for several decades, he oversaw the translation and publication of books in Telugu language, which again, some of you may not have heard of, but it's a major language in the world. Maybe it's in the top 10 in terms of numbers of people speaking it. I should definitely be in the top 15 at least. Yeah, so I also spent quite a lot of time in Hyderabad. Hyderabad, Deccan, there's another Hyderabad in Pakistan. The one in India is Hyderabad in South India. I spent quite a lot of time there. And he made a suggestion to me which was very influential in the whole course of my life, because I'd been in India for about 10 years, actually in and out of India, because I was mostly serving in Bangladesh and other countries, Bangladesh, Burma, Thailand, Malaysia, but I was in India quite a lot also in that time. But I'd never been to South India, just one time shortly before that. Briefly, I had some assignment in South India. Otherwise, I hadn't been there at all. And he suggested to me, I think it was just after I took sannyas, because we used to meet, he would come to the Mayapur festival. I would meet him there. And he suggested you should come to South India. He said, you'll like it. He said, you'll like it because he knew that I was much inclined to preach with Shastra, philosophically, and although preaching, quoting shlokas and analyzing shlokas, philosophical preaching is certainly more appreciated in North India than in Georgia. Of course, I don't know Georgia much, but I don't imagine that many people here are much interested in quoting Bhagavad Gita shlokas. In the Western world in general, in North India,
anywhere in India is more interest in that, but definitely more so in South India. And the culture is more genteel in general than in North India. So he was right, I did like it. And then subsequently, the present day. So I used to see him a lot. He was, if truth be told, he was badly treated by various administrations at ISKCON Hyderabad. But he wasn't the type to be angry or to take revenge. He just went on with his service. Very gentleman. And he would be there always for the whole morning program. He'd come for the evening arati. Throughout his life in Hyderabad, maybe just in the last few months, he stopped due to failing health. And he was very interested in understanding our Vaishnava philosophy. And he was an assiduous reader of Srila Prabhupada's books, and he was also well acquainted with, especially Madhva philosophy, he took interest in, and other philosophical systems. And generally at the end of class, he'd always, if he wasn't giving class, he would ask some question. Not in a challenging mode, but just to turn the understanding. He was a good friend to me, and I've been happy to be in friendship with him well into the future. Even though he's passed away. Passed away. I look forward to seeing him again. Not exactly sure where or when, but we're all eternally in Srila Prabhupada's divine service. There are probably many more things I could say, but I won't say more now, just off the top of my head. So we'll go on to Bhagavatam class.
Thank you, Maharaj. His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Swami Maharaj ki. Now I would like to request Jagdish Prabhu to give his offering. Jagdish Prabhu is one of the senior BB leaders of our Radha Madan Mohan Temple, and he had a lot of association with Anandamaya Prabhu. I would like to request him to make his offering now.
Hare Krishna. So I heard the glorification of Anandamaya Prabhu from all the senior devotees and Maharajas. So I am not going to elaborate it, but I will tell some of my personal interaction with Anandamaya Prabhu. He was very dedicated in his service. For his services, he can go, even suppose I am doing his audit work for, he used to come every year to office. I asked him not to come because of his seniority, but definitely he come to office for his service. And he required some go down, then some arrangement has been done. So on his services, he was very dedicated. But on his personal account, he was reluctant to take services actually. At one time I went to Mayapur and Ek Chakra, then I I was discussing with him, I went to Ekachakra. Then I asked him, how many times you went to Ekachakra? No, I did not go to Ekachakra. Okay, I will, please give me opportunity to serve you to take Ekachakra. But he was not ready actually. Again, one time I asked, okay, have you gone to Govardhaneka village? No. So I'll ask him, please give me opportunity so that I can serve you now. But he was not. So on his personal account, he was not so eager to serve, but on his seva, he used to come to my office actually. This was his there. But one time what happened, Indian government released the Prabhupada coin actually. So what I did, I brought the coin and in front of Prabhupada, just I showed that government has brought out this coin. So then I told, it is for you. So they handed over the coin to him. That long back, I think maybe 5, 6 years, or some 10 years back. Then one time he was also, I'm grateful to him. Then he came with his son Jagannath, Subhadra and Mataji at our home for Prasada Madhava. Very difficult for him to bring, do some service to him on his personal account. That was his greatness. So this is some of the things. I don't take much time. Thank you very much. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ji, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Thank you very much for reminding us that you give this coin to him. So now I would like to request His Grace Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu to give his offering. Some of the leaders in the past had mentioned that after Srila Prabhupada left, there were a lot of challenges in this temple, who was also one of the early presidents. But Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu stands one of the longest temple presidents of Radha Madan Mohan Temple. From 2000 until 2018, and if you calculate with the HTMC, 25 years of services to Sri Radha Madan Mohan. Along with that, Srila Prabhupada built this beautiful temple. And for the sake of the preaching, the shelter where we are having this program has come up under Prabhu's leadership. And a very beautiful congregation. So I would like to request Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu, who had a very long association of Anandamaya Prabhu here in this temple, to give his offering. So you can sit. Yeah, you sit.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपकदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। मूकं करोति वाचालं पंगुं लंघयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं दीनतारिणः। हरे कृष्णा। I feel so fortunate to say a few things about His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, because I must say that in this temple I had the longest association of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. At one point of time, I was like a spiritual destitute. I joined ISKCON Bangalore and I served there for 3-4 years, and then I was sent to Visakhapatnam from Bangalore, sent by Madhu Pandit Prabhu, and then I could not sustain there because of the Ritvik philosophy, and then various other things. So in 1999, during almost this time, Radhashtami time, I had gone to Vrindavan and joined a course in Vyas. And I completed many courses there. At that time, I came in contact with one devotee. His name was Nayan Ranjan Prabhu. He was serving in BBT Bombay at that time. So I expressed to him that I wanted to participate in Srila Prabhupada's books, translation of Srila Prabhupada's books in Telugu language. So Nayan Ranjan Prabhu, he told me that there is one Telugu devotee who was serving as the BBT manager, Narmada Swami. So after completing my VAHE courses, I went to Bombay and met His Holiness Narmada Swami. So Narmada Swami was very happy that, at that time there were very few Telugu-speaking devotees who were interested in Telugu translation of Srila Prabhupada books. So he said, there is one wonderful devotee in Hyderabad, His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. You go and assist him in Telugu translation. At that time, Srimad Bhagavatam is already being translated or in the process of translation by Dr. Vaishnavangiri Prabhu. His spiritual name was Vaishnavangiri. At that time he was not initiated. Shashidhar Shastri or something his name was. So during that Bombay visit I went to this translator also, Vaishnavangiri Prabhu also. And I had translated one of the first chapters of teachings of Queen Kunti into Telugu language, and then I showed it to Narmada Swami. Narmada Swami was very happy and he said, if you go to Anandamaya Prabhu in Hyderabad, he will be very happy, he will welcome you with a big heart. So please go. And then he wrote a letter and then he has sent me to Hyderabad, and then that's when I landed up in 1999 in November, Hyderabad. So when I came here, I handed over the letter to Anandamaya Prabhu, and Anandamaya Prabhu was so very happy. As if some of his half strength came, like that he felt, Anandamaya Prabhu. And generally I had some kind of an inhibition in dealing with, Western bodied devotees. But he made me completely free, and his open-hearted invitation was so wonderful that, I immediately felt shelter in Anandamaya Prabhu. I must say honestly, Krishna's shelter actually came to me when I was in spiritual crossroads through Anandamaya Prabhu. Then immediately within a week or so, Anandamaya Prabhu said, you can actively participate in BBT activities, not only just translation, but there were many issues that were going on between the management and the BBT. BBT was not getting sufficient space and sufficient rooms were not there. So many issues were going on, and then Anandamaya Prabhu encouraged me to take part in those things. And I was appointed as an official translator of Chaitanya Charitamrita in Telugu language by Anandamaya Prabhu at that time. And that appointment remained just like that. I never did anything because I was more indulging in all kinds of temple activities. There were maladministration was going on, so many other things were going on. Many of you who came much later do not know things at that time. And there were a lot of things were going on. And Anandamaya Prabhu himself, as Bhakti Vikas Maharaj said, he himself was going through a tough time because of the maladministration. So Anandamaya Prabhu, he encouraged me so much, and he made me a BBT. He had created a new post called BBT Development Manager. I don't think there was any such post
but he created a post for me. He said, Telugu qualified devotees are very less, and you have come, and please take full facility here. And that was the first time that we ever had a desktop computer in BBT. We purchased that. Yes. So there was a desktop computer. I actually purchased the desktop computer, and Anandamaya Prabhu, he is quite, frugal in spending, I must say. Because it is Krishna's money, he was quite frugal. But in those days, he spent 50,000 rupees for bringing a computer. So in this way, Anandamaya Prabhu, yes, this was that computer, yes. And then I had many philosophical discussions with Anandamaya Prabhu, and I found him to be a very deeply realized devotee who understood the simplicity of living. And I have never seen any foreigner, a devotee with foreign body, staying such a long time in one place. Generally, we find many people who are, going around to different places. But Anandamaya Prabhu, he stayed in this place almost 55 years or something like that. 1972 he came to the movement. But 1976 he came here. Before that he came here. So almost 55 years or something like that he stayed in this place. So I asked one time Anandamaya Prabhu that, how is that, I don't find anybody else who's staying as steady as yourself. So what is the reason? And then he told me one very wonderful story of Srila Prabhupada. He said that Prabhupada, when he came for the inauguration, I am sure many must have shared that with you. When Prabhupada came to this temple for inauguration, and inauguration was over, the deities were installed. And then he said, Prabhupada said, only 50% of the work is done, remaining 50% is there, and the remaining 50% is to translate all the books of Srila Prabhupada into Telugu language. And he said that to everyone. It's not that he said that specifically to Anandamaya Prabhu, but Anandamaya Prabhu took that as his personal instruction from Prabhupada. And although he was French-speaking person, I don't know how he managed to organize this translation, because Telugu language is one of the very difficult languages to learn. One of the very difficult languages to learn. But somehow Anandamaya Prabhu, although he does not speak Telugu, he doesn't even understand colloquial Telugu, he understands philosophical Telugu. He understands philosophical Telugu. That if there is any mistake in the philosophical translation, he would somehow he had that divine intelligence to point out and then correct that. So I was very stunned to see the person with such such spiritual intelligence to find out deep philosophical mistakes that were written in Telugu language by some scholars. There were some Mayavadi scholars who were employed to translate Bhagavad Gita. And then Anandamaya Prabhu requested me, why don't you take interest in changing this translation? There are so many mistakes, please change the translation. I tried to do few chapters, but I could not continue that. As I said, I was more involved in the management of the temple and then the different things that were going on in the temple. So somehow during 2000, our Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Jayapataka Swami, His Holiness Bhanu Swami, they have appointed myself and one of my god brothers, Satya Gopinath Prabhu, as the co-presidents during Janmashtami in 2000. So that is how we became the co-presidents of this temple. So then Anandamaya Prabhu was very happy that the administration was taken by us, but he was also not very happy that the translation which was supposed to happen was halted. But nevertheless, we used to have very cordial relationship. In fact, when I came here in 1999, I was very reluctant to give any classes or something. But he is the one who actually motivated me to give classes, Bhagavatam classes. He was the first one who told me that devotees who are educated should actually discuss Krishna Katha and you should give classes. So this is how first time when I came here to Hyderabad, I started giving classes. And then our relationship grew. There are many philosophical discussions that we have had, Anandamaya Prabhu and myself. I found him to be a very avowed reader of various philosophical books. He would have many books. He had many racks. He had many philosophical books. What was very astonishing to me was that Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. What was astonishing to me was how someone can be very devoted to his service given to him by Srila Prabhupada. He would come every day for Mangal Arati and stay here till almost 3 or 4 o'clock, and then afternoon 4 o'clock he would go to his house, take lunch, and again come here by 6:45 or something, and by 9 o'clock he would again go back, 8:30, 9 o'clock. And this was his daily routine for years together. It was his daily routine. For so many years he did the same thing. Only when his health was not very good, towards the end, he was coming to the Darshan Arati when his leg was fractured or something like that. Some of the very wonderful qualities that I found in His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu was that if someone did not find shelter in this temple, the final shelter is Anandamaya Prabhu. Anyone would be comfortable with him because he was very gentle, he was very welcoming. Many Matajis, in fact, my wife was initially, she was serving under Anandamaya Prabhu in some capacity or something. She was associated with Anandamaya Prabhu, and then later on she became a Sunday school teacher or something like that. But she was very fond of him. She would regularly come to the BBT office. And Anandamaya Prabhu's steadfastness, everyone must have definitely observed. Everyone must have been spoken about it, his steadfastness. He is an emblem of dedication to one's spiritual master. It's not easy to be a grahastha, but Anandamaya Prabhu was a grahastha married to an Indian woman. Don't think it is easy for a foreigner to adopt Indian standards of life, Indian woman as wife, and then being here in one place. And one of the very wondrous things that I found, he was never attracted to any kind of luxury. He would always go with his old scooter. That scooter became so old, it was not functioning. And then we wanted to give new scooter, he refused it. We wanted to give him a van, he refused it. He was simply happy with that old scooter, and he would kick it for 10 times also. He would go to his house. This is this personality. He's an emblem of simplicity. He's an emblem of gentleness. He's an emblem of accommodating every kind of devotee. And he would spend time with people whom you otherwise feel that these are time waste people. He would go there, they would go there, and he would spend time trying to encourage them in Krishna consciousness. So all these wonderful qualities that we see, essentially what we can find in Anandamaya Prabhu is that if someone, His Grace Bhima Prabhu told me that we had some kind of difference of opinion. In Bombay there was translation going on, and Hyderabad there was another translation going on. So Bhima Prabhu told me that, see, these French people are very, very stubborn fellows. That is what he would say about Anandamaya Prabhu. But I found the stubbornness in a very positive way. He was so stubborn to follow his spiritual master that he was the only one who stayed 55 years plus in one place. I cannot think of any other Western devotee who stayed in one place for such a long time, and diverse personalities that he must have gone through in the management of ISKCON Hyderabad. How many persons he must have seen, right from Mahamsa Swami, who was the first president, and then many people came. There were some of them were very hard nuts. Some of them actually insulted him also. And he would endure all these things and still steadfastly serving Srila Prabhupada's mission of, translating Srila Prabhupada books. So I feel very deeply touched by his life. I feel very, very fortunate to have an association of a very great personality like Anandamaya Prabhu. And his departure is also glorious, and this is a befitting farewell to a great person like Anandamaya Prabhu. Last time when I came here, about a week back, 10 days back, and we had put the body of Anandamaya Prabhu here, and in front of the Lord, there was a long kirtan done, and arati was done. Although he was not a sannyasi, but he was a silent sannyasi. He was simply, I must say. He was not a flamboyant person. He was not a showy person. He was not a flamboyant person. And his philosophical discussions, he gave almost last year or so, every week he would give 2 classes. Till 2000, at least 18, I remember, he would give 2 classes. And I'm sure Radha Madan Mohan must have relished his classes than many others, because others would fall asleep, but they would be hearing his classes. His classes were very deeply philosophical, and I understood that, people may think that he is a boring speaker, but for someone who is actually inquisitive about spiritual subject matters, his classes were very, very touching to the heart. And these are some of the things that I can recollect about His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, and it's a service of complete dedication to Srila Prabhupada, complete steadfastness amidst so many ups and downs in life, and all of these things that we can find. And I really, I feel so sad that, I wanted to go to him, talk to him. Somehow I did not expect that he would leave so soon. And I felt so sad that I could not have a chat towards the last phase of his life. In last 1 year, I could not talk to him. Although many times I had gone, in fact, I'm telling you the truth. One day I set out from my house to actually go to him from one school program. I wanted to go to him. Unfortunately, I met with an accident, and I could not move for next 3-4 months. So that's the reason I could not meet him. And then later I came to know that he had ill health and he was hospitalized. But I really badly miss him. And he had such heart for devotees. We remember some Croatian devotees had come in 2003 or 4, and unfortunately they were coming from Bangalore to Hyderabad by bikes, and they met with an accident and they lost their lives. One devotee lost their life. He was the Sankirtan leader. He was Bhakti Vikas Maharaj's disciple. Anandamaya Prabhu, I saw him that day, that he was deeply moved by that incident, and he was sobbing and crying by the loss of such a wonderful devotee. So he had great affection for devotees. And many of us witnessed when Anandamaya Prabhu would speak about Prabhupada, he would constantly be broken while he was referring to Srila Prabhupada, the kindness of Srila Prabhupada. He was deeply touched by Srila Prabhupada's kindness. and then he would remind us how he was very indebted to Srila Prabhupada, how he felt that, he was most fallen and Prabhupada has, not only he, everyone, Prabhupada is Patit Pavan. Whenever that feature of Prabhupada came in his reading, he would break down. So this is the wonderful character of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, and I prayed to him. I feel that Anandamaya Prabhu will bless all the devotees here who are serving. As much as the deities, as Anandamaya Prabhu's service in this temple is much older than the deities here. The deities were established in 1976, but Anandamaya Prabhu was there before the deities came here. We can say he was a constant companion of the deities of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan and Sri Sri Baladev, Jagannath Baladev, Subhadra and Gaunita. I am sure the deities must have felt missing him very much. The deities must be missing him very much. Deities must be missing seeing him every day in Mangalarati. Deities must be missing him giving Bhagavatam class every 2 days in a week or something like that. And he's very dear, and he is a constant companion of the deities of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan Ji, and I'm sure he must have reached the shelter of the deities of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. And I wanted to thank every one of you for, especially our to give me the opportunity to express my gratitude to His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. Thank you all very much. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
I'll tell why you deserve. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Vedanta Chandra Prabhu, for your beautiful offering. Everyone is telling Anandamaya Prabhu 50 plus years of consistent services. After him, in the management, I think Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu has 25 plus years of services in Radha Madan Mohan Temple. Very strict, disciplined, straightforward leader. I just wanted to share one incident which is related to Anandamaya Prabhu. In one of our HTMC meetings, so there was some leader who was possessing that he has done so much service and he needed some room here in the guest house. To this, I don't know if Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu remembers. He said, why? He's someone whom we have to take care. If he's old, we will give a room to Anandamaya Prabhu to stay here. You know the meeting, he said, we'll take care of him. Thank you very much for your very beautiful personal offering, Prabhuji. In fact, when he took charge, I heard, maybe numbers were differing, but the temple had more than 20 plus places. More than 20 plus places. And then when we took charge, as an HTMC, we were relieved of all this. So a great contribution from a great leader in association with Anandamaya Prabhu. Now we have His Grace Bhima Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada's disciple, the Vyas Puja of His Holiness Gaura Govinda Swami Maharaj, and now we'll have him, His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. Yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can see you, seeing you and Brahmi. Hello. Yes, Prabhuji. Hello. We can hear you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. We can hear you. Yes. I spoke to. Where is he? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Bhutale.
Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Prachardane. Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatan. It's with great sadness that we no longer have association of Anandamaya Prabhu, at least the association that we can physically engage with. But so many devotees have mentioned about his steadfast devotional service, his humility, and he set also a very good example as a householder. He raised 2 children, had a wife, but in the midst of that, his devotional service never slackened. His main focus was the service of Srila Prabhupada. So in the early days of ISKCON, it wasn't an easy thing for foreigners to stay in India. There were so many problems. Foreign devotees used to get sick. I think every foreign devotee that came to India got jaundice. They came down with hepatitis. And still, we see that in spite of so many difficulties, so many problems, Anandamaya kept fixed in devotional service. This is the qualification for going back home back to Godhead. Anandamaya Prabhu worked for the translation of the Telugu books, and he was always someone you could depend on. Every month, he would send his inventory to Bombay. Every year, he would be the first one to have his accounts done on time. Showing an example of proper devotional service. I'm going to miss him tremendously. It's like other devotees that now have left. Gopal Krishna Raj, Yashamati Nandan, Anandamaya, so many. I feel quite alone in that sense. Of course, there are so many devotees. Now there's more devotees than there ever was. But still, godbrothers are less. So it's a very trying time for me personally to have missing this very strong association. One of the things that keeps a devotee going is to have strong association. And Anandamaya was one of those devotees. Firmly fixed in the service of Krishna and Srila Prabhupada, no deviation, no speculation, no materialistic anticipation, only dedication to Srila Prabhupada. So I can see a big audience of devotees, and I really appreciate the fact that you've all come to hear and glorify Anandamaya Prabhu. Thank you very much for organizing this remembrance. And I pray to one day meet again with him. Srila Prabhupada said that in the spiritual world there'll be an ISKCON, and we'll all meet there again. So I'm looking forward to that day. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Thank you very much, Bhima Prabhu, for a wonderful offering. We are grateful to you for giving your association. Though you were busy, but you came online and gave your offering. Thank you very much.
So today is the appearance day of Gauravinda Maharaj. So we also celebrated that today. Nice.
Yes, so that's how I came to know. We were waiting for you, and we were informed that you were busy there, but then you immediately joined here. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Now we have His Grace Samba Prabhu. Samba Prabhu, are you there online?
Yes, I am there.
Yes, we have Samba Prabhu now. Samba Prabhu also has been a president here in this temple. He had a long association, and he had association of so many Srila Prabhupada disciples, including Anandamaya Prabhu, and a very sweet narrator of early days pastimes. He is a president of Vishakhapatnam temple and also the RSA of Andhra Pradesh. And recently when we went there, he was sharing the early days. So I would like him to share his offering to Anandamaya Prabhu. Samba Prabhu.
Dhanavad Pranam to all. First time I saw Anandamaya Prabhu in Mayapur in 80, that was end of March. My cousin brother, he was devotee then, and because my family were planning to take me away, so my cousin brother took me to Hyderabad. And at that time, there were some devotees, some Telugu devotees, and Anandamaya Prabhu was there. And Anandamaya Prabhu was leading the team. So we went together from Mayapur to Hyderabad. And Anandamaya Prabhu was, at that time, he was like a temple commander, and he was also getting the BBT through. And he was very nice, very kind, good. And every day morning, we used to go for Harinam Sankirtan. And those days there was no money, not so much. We used to walk, most of the devotees were going barefoot, not even chappal. And then Anandamaya Prabhu was told me that Shivdas, you are having no slipper. I said, look, somebody stole my slipper. He said, it's very hot and this place is very hot. So he told someone to give some slipper. But those days it was very tough. No money, nothing was there. Prasadam, Sankarbet Prabhu was president at then. I was there for a very short time, maybe one and a half months. And one time I was a little late to get to the kitchen, to the Prasadam hall. And just maybe 10 minutes late, there's no Prasadam. Then I went to Anandamaya Prabhu, I went to Sankarbet Prabhu, that there's no Prasadam. He said, you have to be on time, otherwise it will be like that only. And he guided me, he said, you should come. Prasadam means first you should be there beforehand, then only get some Prasadam. And it was struggling day, very little. In the morning, we were getting hardly 2, 3, 4 idli, that much. And evening, some Prasadam. And the devotee was struggling. They were not able to make life member. It was a very terrible situation. And they were making life member maybe monthly 100 rupees, like 50 rupees, like that. Somehow, we were doing home satsang, and we used to go in the morning to the vegetable market, doing little kirtan and requesting them to give some vegetables to run the temple. It was very bad situation, not that good. But I saw Anandamaya Prabhu very serious, though being a foreigner and living as just now Bhima Prabhu mentioned, to live like that. I was very austere, and everybody was barefoot. He was also barefoot, and I saw such a austere. We had a lot of conversation. I said, how? And that impressed me. I saw many foreign devotees. Being born in the Bengali Vaishnava family, when I used to see this foreigner practicing so nicely, I used to feel pain. Japada was told that you are all Bengali. When we are from Western people, we are following, why you can't follow? So that was person that to see this Anandamaya Prabhu was just so sincere. And at that time, later on also, I became acting president for temple and the farm. And when I became acting president, there was 7 court cases, and that Badjuka slapped another 7 court cases on me. And after 3 months, I joined maybe end of March, April, May, June. By July, we had a 14 court case. from Badruka. And then I was just alone. Sometime I used to take help of Anandamaya Prabhu, sometime our Siva Prabhu. Then I took some feedback from the old stories and all from Madhupani Prabhu. And then every time I go, who can go? Siva Prabhu said, I'm busy. It's the only thing I going to request, Anand Prabhu, please come with me. I have to go this place, that place, that place. But he never refused. He said, okay, I'll go with you, no problem. For Prabhupada, I'll go. So we used to go together. Then later on, Madhupani Prabhu said, well, I can't go. I cannot. He will better bring Mahaman Prabhu because he is appointed. So I got Mahaman Prabhu. We got together. We got 5-6 lawyers together from the K. Pratap Reddy, one of the topmost High Court lawyer, Jivan Reddy at the lower court, and many lawyers, licensing officer. We could handle that situation. It was a very bad situation. And we could control some extent Badruka. And very bad. Anand Prabhu, we had a lot of conversation. He was so nice, so kind-hearted. And he was, what I see by my tenure, that he never missed one day Mangalarti. And the time means time. Whatever the time, he'll be there. He says, Anand Prabhu, I'll be there. He's there. No, and then Allah is in management, there are always issues with life and all. And he was not allowing anybody to know. He would have sorted out his work. I said, Prabhuji, I heard this. No, I have sorted out, don't worry. So all these problem, anything he was ready to help out. And somebody said the symmetries. I said, whatever way, whichever way you comfortable, as somebody mentioned. Very understanding, very and deep thought about that. It's a lot for. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you, but we were not able to see you.
Yeah, just few minutes. So, only thing I can say that when I was so nice, so loving, caring, understanding everything deeply, and what I see after that when I left, I asked him to give some books. So initially, first time he didn't give, later on he gave whatever books I wanted loan. And from Visakhapatnam, I was regular come because of my file. I got the land from the government, the CRZ problem. So I was like every week I'm in Hyderabad. So I told Anandamaya Prabhu that, look, in order to save the money for transportation, if you can kindly give me the books, I'll take it by train. And believe me, he was such a nice person. He used to bring the books to the railway station, put in my compartment with one assistant. A person, I said, Prabhu, you don't need to come. He said, no, I personally come. I don't want to spend money. And he put the books there, so heart-touching. And as you know, I travel, so many places, either say America, many places. You're from that area. Anand Prabhu still there? I said, yes, it's still fixed. And it's to get it's very difficult to get such a fixed person as somebody mentioned over 50 years. He told me he joined in Calcutta by the inspiration of Tamal Krishnas. And once he came to Hyderabad, it never left. It's like Radha Madan Mahan is like he's a deity and he's there. And he's there for Srila Prabhupada's service. So, fixed. It's like very exemplary. Ramananda Rai told to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu one thing that what is the sign of a devotee? He said those who are proud to be a devotee of Krishna. That is the sampatti madhye jiver ei sampatti Krishna bhakti boliya jar hai khyati. That the person who is a devotee, that is the only assets we have. The way I look at it, Anandamaya Prabhu is a very exemplary devotee, is fixed, irrespective of bad or good weather, whatever the outcome may be. As just now Prabhu told, the health, he had also sometimes bad health, but he was not deterred. Mangalarti, Chandraarti, Guru Puja, and everything, whatever he has fixed, and the office timing is a fix, no change. And he belonged as a Vaishnava, as a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, coming to Srila Prabhupada service. I would say he's exemplary Vaishnava, has very good Vaishnava, very good understanding. As a person, I love him because of his good Vaishnava behavior, excellent Vaishnava behavior in all circumstances. I hope I could, your internet connection is not there. I'm in Basubosh Prabhu's office somehow. I hope I could, you can hear me.
Yes, Prabhuji, we could hear.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's so much to say, but the time is up. So many I'd like to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swami Prabhu, for giving your association. Hare Krishna, Dhanavad Prabhu. Thank you very much. So now I would like to request His Grace Sahadev Prabhu to make his offering. Sahadev Prabhu is in Hyderabad also almost from 1989, 90s, I guess. 1989? 1990. He used to tell me in those days the Secunderabad temple, this temple, and the farm used to be like a one. We call it the early days management was more or less love and trust like a family. Sometimes we call it Haribol management also, but it was very, very personal. So Sahadev Prabhu has been having association of Anandamaya Prabhu from those days. I would like to request him to make his offering.
Vachalam pangam langayate gramit kripatamam mande shri gurum dinatarinam vancha pravesya kripa sindhubhevcha patita pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, कुछ महत्वपूर्ण वेद और शेष भगवान शेष ग्लोरीफाई नहीं कर सकते शुद्ध वैष्णव को, तो हमारी व्हाट इज माय कैपेसिटी, but we can purify our words by glorifying a Vaishnava. So before I start, how he got introduced to Krishna consciousness, that's very important. I don't know anybody has narrated this already. That happened in Himalayas. Okay. Happened in Himalayas. One evening हम बैठे थे, आनंदमय प्रभु बता रहे थे कि कैसे वो इंट्रोड्यूस हो गए. तो उन्होंने वो से सब सारे यंगस्टर्स, हिपस्टर्स सारे आए एक बस में. पहले रूट खुला था वेस्ट एशिया से, मिडिल ईस्ट से, अभी वो रूट नहीं है. तो वहां से बस करके वो लोग आते थे यूरोप से. तो वो वहां से वो लोग का ग्रुप आया. दिल्ली में वो लोग डिवाइड हो गए. कोई बोलता हम इधर जाएंगे, कोई उधर जाएंगे. टू आनंदमय प्रभु एंड हिज बेस्ट फ्रेंड दे वेंट टू हिमालयस. तो उन्होंने ट्रैकिंग किया. हिमाचल के हाइट्स पे रात को एक गांव में रुक गए, शेल्टर लिया. दे वेरी हॉस्पिटेबल पीपल. उन्होंने कहा सो जाइए, बार्न के पास गर्म जगह थी, वहां सो गए. वो फ्रेंड तो थका हुआ था, सो गए. ये थोड़ा एम्बियंस को अब्सॉर्ब कर रहे थे. तब दूर से कीर्तन हो रहा था. बिकॉज कोल्ड एयर है, कंप्रेस्ड एयर है, या रेरिफाइड एटमॉस्फेयर में भी क्या मंत्र आ रहा था? हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे. ये मंत्र वो सुनते हुए आधी घंटा 40 मिनट बाद वो ड्रिफ्ट हो गए स्लीप में. सुबह उठे, कुछ खाया पिया, एंड दे हैड टू ट्रैक नेक्स्ट डेस्टिनेशन. वो दोनों निकल गए. When they started off, what happened? The weather became inclement. Weather unpredictable है heights पे. तो क्या हो गया? There was snow. They were unable to walk. Or before they they'll be frozen otherwise. So they had to go there. तब क्या हुआ? वो नहीं चल पा रहे. पैनिक हो गया उनको, और थोड़ा सा फ्रॉस्ट बाइट के भी सिम्टम आने लगे. तब आनंदमय प्रभु को याद है, उसने फ्रेंड को बोलो से हरे कृष्णा. तो देयर लेग्स लिफ्टेड. हरे कृष्णा. एंटायर डिस्टेंस आफ्टर सेइंग हरे कृष्णा, they could cover and reach their safety point before the sunset. Then after this thing, the Hare Krishna mantra, he said, got embedded here somewhere. फिर क्या हुआ? Somewhere he went to, again came back to Delhi, and they were in Hyderabad. And the friend, he diverted, he said, he was there with him. They were in the old city here. And then he hears the same mantra again. During that time, devotees used to go up to Charminar and come back. There are photos of that also. जाते थे कीर्तन. तो वो जो गली में थे, उन्होंने मंत्रा सुना, मेन रोड पे आए तो कुछ डिवोटीज थे. एक जो पीछे बुक, उसने पूछा, "What is this all about?" He said, "I can't talk now. You want follow me to the temple. We are not very far off." वो दोस्त को इंटरेस्ट नहीं था. उसने कहा, "I am not bothered." तो he said, "You go back to hotel." वो साथ में आ गए यहाँ पे. तो उन्होंने जो बताया हमको कि किस तरह से प्रभु इंट्रोड्यूस हुए और बस आ गए, माने चरणों का शेल्टर जो था वो देखिए, ये कोई एक जन्म का नहीं है. क्यों वैष्णव आते हैं, चैतन्य भागवत बताती है क्यों वैष्णव अशुद्ध जगह में प्रकट होते हैं, कि वो भगवान उस जगह के डिलीवरेंस के लिए आज ये लीला, मतलब भगवान करते हैं ऐसे ऐसे वैष्णव को. आज हम इतने भारतीय देख सक रहे हैं, इंडियंस. देयर वाज अ टाइम इन 80s यू कुड हार्डली, देयर वर नो प्रैक्टिकल इंडियंस हियर. तो ये मूवमेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए ये सब जो प्रभुपाद के एसोसिएट्स हैं, और इन्होंने कितना काम किया है. और स्टडी, देखिए, लिप सर्विस इज डिफरेंट. ओके, वी टुडे ग्लोरीफाई एंड फॉरगेट. नाउ वी शुड रिमेंबर वन थिंग, ह्यूमन मेमोरी इज शॉर्ट. टाइम, फोर्सेस ऑफ टाइम आर वेरी पावरफुल. सो हमको क्या करना है, आज ये ओकेजन पे, प्रभु आज ये ओकेजन पे हमको क्या करना है, ये लेगेसी. देखिए सब वो जनरेशन इज गोइंग अवे. प्रभु, memory is very short. So we should do. Has anybody compiled Prabhupada in Hyderabad? Is there? Prabhu has compiled, huh? Prabhupada in Andhra Pradesh. But that has a Hyderabad entire. But what he wanted, it's very important that, there should be compilation and every devotee should. Another thing जो है, my last point है, what Prabhupada wanted here with this farm, our temple, everything, that should be, and not only that, every devotee, it should be in their personal library. That should be, we should be absorbed in his mission. We all have our missions. So, last point I want to tell you about books. See, time is बहुत powerful है. प्रभु, ये आनंदमय प्रभु का जो डेडिकेशन था, हमारा फैमिली बिजनेस. प्रभुपाद बोले फैमिली बिजनेस का मतलब क्या होता है. मारवाड़ी बिजनेस में देख के बूढ़े दादाजी 1-2 घंटा वहां बैठ जाते, बच्चे भी वहीं खेलते हैं, घर का लेडीज काम हो गया तो उधर ही आ जाते हैं, तो बोलते फैमिली. करे हमारा फोकस बुक्स का रहना पड़ेगा. फोकस बहुत इजी है माइंड को, हमारी एनर्जी करने के लिए. Without talking of books, you cannot do. Just so I finished quickly. पूछा लेफ्टिनेंट, व्हाट इज अ पूजा. तो हम क्या करें, चाहे क्लीनिंग करें, चाहे प्रेसिडेंट, हमारा सेंट्रल फोकस जो है बुक्स के बिना, ये हमारा फैमिली बिजनेस है. देखिए हम प्रीच कर रहे हैं और किसी को बुक दे रहे हैं, इसमें फर्क क्या है. फर्क इतना है, जब हम प्रीच कर रहे हैं, जब बुक दे रहे हैं तो प्रभुपाद आचार्यों को प्रीच करने दे रहे हैं उसको. वो डिफरेंस है. तो प्रभुपाद को हमको देना है. प्रभुपाद इज कैपेबल, बुक से प्रीच करते हैं प्रभुपाद. अभी टाइम नहीं है हमको. ऐसी स्टोरीज, हजारों स्टोरीज है जहां प्रभुपाद प्रीच कर रहे हैं. तो बस मैं लास्ट इंसिडेंट बोलता हूं. हमारे लाइफ का मिशन, हम सब उनके इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं. प्रभु जी से हम सीख सकते हैं कैसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट बन के सेवा करना. एक 1990 में मैं जब आया, एक वेस्टर्न डिवोटी आए, 91 की बात है, छोटा सा सेटअप था, रात को आया 8 बजे, कुछ प्रसाद है क्या? हमने कहा कुछ बचा है, राइस दाल सब्जी आप ले लीजिए। फिर वो स्नान किए, कुछ प्रसाद लिए, देन वी सेड कितना बजा है? अभी 9:20 हुआ है। प्रभु आई हैव टू गो बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन। मैंने कहा प्रभु दिस इज नॉट द टाइम। नहीं, उसने कहा प्रभु आई हैव अ वीकली कोटा एंड आई हैव 8 बुक्स रिमेनिंग, अभी वीकली कोटा है मेरा। तो हमने कहा नाइट वुड, तो एनीवे वी स्लेप्ट ऑफ 9:45, 10। फिर वो कब आए, उनको हमने कहा था ऐसे आप खोल लेना। सुबह मिले, मैंने कहा आप करे कि आ गए? हाँ, बोला 12 तक मैं आ गया। बोले किसको बेचे? बोला आई जस्ट वॉकड आउट, स्ट्रेट गया, स्टेशन था, देन सम बेगर्स टुक, सम ड्रंकार्ड्स टुक, वाइन शॉप खुला था, उसने कोटा करके सोया उन्होंने। तो मैं आज ये याद कर रहा हूं कि ये जो हमारे आचार्य का मिशन जो है, हम भूलना नहीं है। बहुत सेवा है, लेकिन अंडर करंट ये होना चाहिए। हरे
एज ऑफरिंग टू आनंदमय प्रभु, भगवान का शंख भी बज गया उस पे कि हमारा फैमिली बिजनेस हमको हमेशा याद रखना है। नाउ आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट हिज गेस्ट राधेश्याम प्रभु, one of our HTMC members here in Hyderabad, to give his offering to Anandamaya Prabhu. Radheshyam Prabhu, though, has become an HTMC member in 2018 along with us, but Prabhu has been preaching for more than almost 2 decades. 2 decades, right? Huh? Almost 2.5 decades. Prabhu has been preaching here for more than 20 plus years and regularly having association of Anandamaya Prabhu.
No, Hare Krishna. We were hearing about so many sublime qualities of Anandamaya Prabhu. One important thing we have to think about is what motivates us to do our practice of devotional service. Everybody is motivated by something. You will see many of the Srila Prabhupada's disciples or GBCs or gurus or sannyasis, and wherever they go, they get thousands of obeisances, thousands of garlands, thousands of words of praise, and they also go across the globe and they have a huge following. So externally you get a lot of encouragement, support from such position, post, and welcome and respect and honor and everything. But when you don't have such a kind of situation, when you are given a service where you are confined to one just concrete room, where you are sitting with your computer and you are a BBT in charge, you just get the books printed and you have to move the books. What could be your motivating force that will keep you going? You are not a guru, you are not a sannyasi, you are a householder with 2 children, and you are confined to a temple, you are not moving around everywhere. So you can just think about this one thing very deeply. So there are external motivators, there is internal motivation. The external motivators are material. The internal motivation is spiritual. The internal submissiveness to Krishna, to Guru, this is something that is imperishable. It's eternal. It's amritam. It is nectar. And that is what we see in His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So the dedication to his service that was given to him by his spiritual master. Many of us are looking for some eureka experience in spiritual life, aha experience, as we say. Something should happen in my life which should shake me and make me a serious devotee. But actually, truly speaking, It is not that you need to have some experience that jerks you and wakes you up. It all depends on how you take your spiritual life seriously. For example, nowadays in ISKCON, chanting 16 rounds, following 4 eggs, getting initiated by a guru and having a new name has become a routine. But for Anandamaya Prabhu, one time he was telling, Brahmanda Brahmita Kona, Bhagyavan Ji, Guru Krishna Prasade Pai, Bhaktirata Bij. He was telling how rare is for a jiva in this world to get a Vaishnava Guru, to get his shelter, to get his instruction, to get his guidance. So he took his meeting with Srila Prabhupada as something most serious thing in his life. The diksha that he got from him, the instruction that he got from him for his ongoing life. So everybody can get diksha, everybody can get instruction. It all depends on how seriously we take it on our head and how seriously we execute it. That's what makes him different from anybody. Because somebody can hear the instruction like this and leave it like this and go. And may say, why am I not making progress? Why is chanting not blissful? Why is my spiritual life not bearing any fruits? And that is because, how much have we taken the instruction very seriously? So, his not only dedication to the service given to him, but his love for his spiritual master, but his taking the instruction given by the Guru very seriously. So, when I came here in 2019-20, I have been making the same observation as many of you spoke. On a personal note, he is very simple. His needs are extremely limited. And he has no expectation from anybody. Actually, Bhaktivinoda Thakur quotes in one of his books, he says, humility means no expectations from anybody. He says that. So, and he was deeply satisfied in his own service, in his love for his Guru, in his sadhana, and therefore nobody can make him unhappy very easily. Because his happiness doesn't come from anything material. It is sublime, it is spiritual. So you cannot take away that happiness. That's why he is Anandamaya. Name, he got the name. It's always, like in the Bhagavad Gita it says, Yastvat maratireva syat atmatriptascha manavaha atmanyeva santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate. Tasya karyam na, he has no material work to do in this world. So everything he does is spiritual. Every morning when he would offer obeisances, he would say, Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai. And he would look at them and then he would go to Radha, Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai. So he would, any activity he did it with complete absorption. And nobody could distract him. I remember many times I would be sitting and speaking my Bhagavatam class and he would be just closing his eyes and he would be just waving, relishing, And at the end he would ask questions also. So if I spoke some shloka, told some meaning, something, he would very much relish and hear. He was completely present. He was keeping himself in the present, observing himself, whether it is a class, whether it is darshan, whether it is kirtan. So what we all are trying to do is loving devotional service. And we could see that loving devotional service in action in Anandamaya Prabhu. Because there is something else which is formal devotional service. Prabhupada writes in the purport to the verse Manmana Bhava Mad Bhakto. The purport Prabhupada says, do not be an official meditator. Prabhupada writes. You can read that. What is Aupcharik darshan? Official meditator means we may do things as a ritual without bringing our heart and mind. But in Anandamaya Prabhu's case, he always brought his mind and heart in every activity that he did. Every small devotional activity, he put his heart. And that made him happy and that made others adore his personality, as we heard from many of the people now. So, another observation I made, in this world, if you got a seva and you are always successful, day after day, month after month, year after year. You can be blissful, you can be very joyful about it. But what if the same service which you have been doing for many years is taken away? Like, just 3 years ago, our BBT Bombay has a huge setup now of printing, publishing and stocking in the go down. Now in multiple languages they are now spearheading the printing, publishing of the books and distributing all over the world now. So they were telling that this BBT is a small BBT and now that BBT is a huge BBT that will operate now, and there is no need to print the books here. And then the books will be printed there and it will be circulated to all over the world. And then they also said your capacity here is small, you won't be able to operate the way the Baba is operating. So you can imagine at that time how would one take it, because if a service is taken away, it is not a material thing that is taken away, it's a spiritual thing. So like for example, when you talk about Nishkama Karma Yoga, there are two things, attachment to work and attachment to fruits. So giving up attachment to fruits is not very difficult, but attachment to work is difficult. Now it is not ordinary work, it is spiritual service. So at that time, how did he respond? In the beginning, he definitely tried his best to say that we will try to do this work and we will publish and print, please leave this freedom for us and everything. And then he understood that it is going to go to Bombay now. They told him that you can have another Sitaram trust in which you can print the other books other than the BBT books. And he finally agreed to that. And then afterwards he published, there are 3-4 other books. Our Smita Chaitanya Prabhu can tell you which are the other books he published. Mahabharata, then Bhaktivinoda Thakur's one book also I think. Krishna Kathamritam, Krishna Kathamritam. Like that a few other books he published in the other trust called the Sitaram Seva Trust. Why am I telling you this? When plan A doesn't work, we should always be ready for plan B. So he did this for decades, and the decades of service which he has been doing in one department, naturally he's a specialist, he's an expert, he's outstanding, the whole world will appreciate him, but when that service is taken away, he is ready for a plan B where he is willing to do another service. This is one thing we all can learn in our life. Whenever such situations come, we may fight tooth and nail and we may create a scene which he did not do. He politely in the beginning he made an effort and then he accepted. This is Krishna's plan. He accepted it 3-4 years ago. The change happened and he was ready for it. And although this was going on in his service front, his personal sadhana, his bhajan, his taking darshan, the morning program, this remained unaffected in all these things. Many times, if our service gets affected, at the same time, our sadhana also can get affected. Because we may quarrel with devotees and blasphemies flying back and forth and sadhana getting affected. No, he was like a rock steady. So in personal values like simplicity and humility and dedication, those are personal values. And in interpersonal dealing with devotees, we heard from so many devotees today how humble he was, how approachable he was, how kind he was, courteous, irrespective of who the person is approaching him, senior, junior, irrespective of that. And we also heard about his relationship with Srila Prabhupada, how he took Prabhupada very seriously. And because of all these things, he had developed a very genuine attraction to Shri Radha Madan Mohan and a kind of spiritual relationship. Because of that, he always was floating in bliss. And now, very smoothly, he left the body. Evening he was talking to Taran Mohan Prabhu and other devotees, Sarshan Prabhu and all were talking to him in the evening. Just after 3-4 hours after that he left the body. Very smoothly. He lived a very, very great Vaishnava life and left behind such a legacy for all of us to meditate upon. His qualities, his characteristics, his behavior, his conduct and his unparalleled example. So surely this will be written in the golden history of Vaishnavas, and people like Smita Chaitanya Prabhu who very personally, very closely served him, they could surely compile many of the things that were spoken today by various devotees, and it would leave behind a very great record for all of us to repeatedly read, relish and follow in our lives. One observation I made in my life, that Prabhupada's disciples, many disciples have these type of qualities, we observed. I feel the next generation is greatly falling short of this type of behavior, because many other, the world has changed quite a bit than before. So keeping that in mind, at least if we have a record of such lifestyle of these great Vaishnavas, others may not get to see them, at least they can read and then they can relish and make an effort to implement them in their lives. This is Anandamaya Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Radheshyam Prabhu, thank you very much for your beautiful offering. Actually, even though I did not get a chance to give offering, but my offering is the same, that the 3 years back incident of the BBT service, 50 years he was doing this service. The way he took that, it is a very big example, because we, being HTMC, we were told to speak to him. We were told to speak to him about it. But his, as Radheshyam mentioned, his tone, his taking darshan, his singing, standing, raising his hands was the same. And he was just very sweetly, very humbly repeating the same thing. But how they can print so many titles? But Prabhupada wanted like this, only this statement, and he accepted the will of the Lord the way he came. That was very great. Now I have His Grace Sanak Sanatan Prabhu, who's been requesting. Sanak Sanatan Prabhu, is he there online? Hare Krishna. We cannot hear him. We cannot hear him.
I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible now, Prabhu. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sitting already in the flight, so I will make it short. I had many times association with this Grace Anandamaya when I was on Padyacha. We used to come and pick up the books, and as many people said, he was very steady, he was always in Mangalati, but same time you could come always for the office opening time, and guarantee he was there. And sometimes I had trouble to get my books to the bus stand, and here and there he just said, hey, you take our rickshaw. And I said, I never driven a rickshaw. You will figure it out. He gave me the key without worry what might really happen to his rickshaw. So I learned how to drive the rickshaw, and I transported the books. Also, he's married to I think, a Madhava, beautiful Madhava Brahmin lady, and has 2 beautiful kids. And he always used to come actually every year also to Vrindavan for coming to Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja program, Disappearance Day program. And he used to come to my home and take prasadam. So I'm very much sorry that we cannot meet him again in this lifetime. And I want to just really pray that I can a little bit imbibe some of his qualities of this absolute steadiness. And he was very philosophically, as earlier already said, and he gave nice classes. And he was always humble and was always there ready to do service. Thank you very much. His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Thank you for having me.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Sanak Sanatan Prabhu. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request His Grace Purva Bhakti Prabhu, a god brother and Srila Prabhupada's disciple, to give his offering to Anandamaya Prabhu. Purva Bhakti Prabhu has been from the initial days in Hyderabad, a part of the Radha Madan Mohan temple.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanam Dimitsaghananjana Chakshane Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. प्रभुपाद बोलते हैं बेस्ट बिहेवियर जो डिवोटी का रहता है वो आनंदमया में था, वो आनंदमय में था। वो दया के सागर थे, करुणा थे, जो सेवा करते थे कभी भी सेवा में व्यस्त रहते थे। उनके जीवन में अप एंड डाउन आया, बहुत लोग कोशिश किए उनको हटाने के लिए, लेकिन उन प्रभुपाद के जो इंस्ट्रक्शन थे उसको घट पकड़े हुए थे। 1976 में उनको यहाँ से हटाया गया। जब उन ब्रह्मचारी थे विजयवाड़ा विशाखापट्टनम में घूमते घूमते गए, फिर बाद में उनको यहाँ लाना पड़ा। 1993 में उनको अटैक किए कुछ बदमाश लोग, फिर भी उन्होंने कंप्लेंट नहीं किए। जय पताका महाराज उनको प्रेसिडेंट का पोस्ट ऑफर किए मेरे सामने ही, तो उन्होंने ठुकरा दिया, उन्होंने स्वीकार नहीं किया। उन्होंने बुक प्रिंटिंग में कभी भी मग्न रहते थे। 2002 में रशिया 2 डिवोटी आए थे, उनको उन्होंने एडवाइस दिया, देखो भाई ये पुलसर गाड़ी पे नहीं जाना, प्रभुपाद बोले हैं ये पुलसर गाड़ी जो है मौत को बुलाता है। वो लोग अनंतपुर या बेंगलुरु से आते आते एक्सीडेंट में खत्म हो गए। इस प्रकार अपन सीनियर डिवोटी का जो एडवाइस रहता है उसको सुनना चाहिए। मैं प्रतिदिन 1975 से आ रहा हूँ, मंदिर पहुँचता था, फिर उसके बाद जब मैं प्रतिदिन उनके कमरे में बैठ के किताब पढ़ता था, प्रभुपाद के बुक्स। उन जब कभी सेवा कर रहे हैं तो सेवा छोड़ दे के उन बहुत आनंद होते थे कि कोई किताब लेके पढ़ रहा है प्रभुपाद के बुक। उन्हें बोलते थे पढ़ो। उन्हें बोलते थे प्रभुपाद की किताब में हर चीज़ है, मैनेजमेंट कैसा चलाना, भक्तों से कैसा व्यवहार रहना, सब कुछ, एवरीथिंग इज इन माय बुक्स बोल के प्रभुपाद बोलते थे। आनंदमया भी वही बोलते थे कि प्रभुपाद के जो इंस्ट्रक्शंस है वो किताब पढ़ने से अपन को क्या है पूरा कंप्लीट नॉलेज आता है, अपन मनगढ़ंत कुछ बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैं 50 साल में ऐसा भक्त कभी नहीं देखा जो क्या है कभी भी भगवान के में रहते थे, डूबे हुए रहते थे सेवा में, कभी कोका कोला नहीं, चिट चैट भी नहीं करते थे। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि अगले जन्म में भी ऐसे ही भक्तों का संग हो।
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Subhareddy, Purabhakti Prabhu. Now I would like to request His Grace, Purabhakti Prabhu to come and give his, Subhareddy Prabhu to come and give his offering. Subhareddy Garu is the son-in-law of G. Pullareddy Garu, the personality, the great person who actually donated this land to Srila Prabhupada. When I met Subhareddy Garu for the first time, he told me that he was very young and he used to come with G. Pullareddy Garu to meet Srila Prabhupada. And one incident he shared with me, he was surprised to see after Srila Prabhupada's plate would come out, after he used to take his prashadam, all these Western devotees will jump on it. He shared with me this. Subhareddy Garu.
Hare Krishna to all the devotees assembled here on this occasion of paying tributes to great devotee Anandamaya Prabhu. I know Anandamaya Prabhu since 1975. I first saw him in G. Pullareddy's residence. That is my father-in-law who has donated this land for this temple in 1975. So Srila Prabhupada Maharaj along with his devotees came to Sri Pullareddy's residence and performed Sankirtan, and we had this prasad distribution, everything was there. At that time I first saw Anandamaya Prabhu there along with the other devotees. Since then I know him since last 50 years. He is the most humble and idealistic devotee. We used to tell everybody that a devotee is a namuna, ideal devotee, model devotee, like that. We used to refer to him. Such a simple personality and highly devoted. I had the fortune of being associated with him. The most dearest service for him was printing of translation and printing of BBT books. He was always immersed in that service, and he continued that service till last moment. As Prabhu told, in about 3 years back, due to this BBT decision, he was asked to, he was rather relieved from that responsibility, and at that time he was very much disappointed and very much shocked rather, because the most dearest service he was doing, he was suddenly was taken out of that service. So some of the friends like Vyas and others who are very closely associated with him, then they told about this. Then we all discussed, and I also had a meeting with Anandamaya Prabhu. Then we said you continue that service in some other form, as he was permitted to publish some books which are out of BBT, like Mahabharatam in Telugu. That is the most popular book, which is selling like hot cake. So at that time, after many discussions, myself, Mahendra Prabhu and others, Pura Bhakti Prabhu, we all discussed and encouraged him to form a trust, so that from that trust he can carry on that activity of publication and distribution of books. That is how the one trust was formed by them, Vedavani Charitable Trust, something like that, with Anandamaya Prabhu as managing trustee and myself, Pura Bhakti and Mahendra Agarwal as members. So myself and Mahendra Prabhu extended some financial help to start the work, and it continued like that. We also had to participate in that seva. So I pray my tributes on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Subbareddy Garu. Now I would like to request His Grace Mahasringa Prabhu to give his offering to Anandamaya Prabhu.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhasya kripa sindhu vayocha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavabhyo namo namaha. So I am very fortunate. मेरे को बड़ा सौभाग्य था आनंदमय प्रभु के साथ निर्देश प्राप्त करने का, बिकॉज पहली बार मैं जब 1988 में इस मंदिर में आया था, इसी मंदिर में शाम के समय, और आनंदमय प्रभु क्लास कर रहे थे, एंड दैट टाइम ही वाज एक्सप्लेनिंग अबाउट द आत्मा, किस प्रकार से आत्मा हृदय में निवास करती है. So his wonderful qualities, one of the most important quality what I observed for years together, वो आंधी आए चाहे तूफान आए, परंतु प्रभु जी पक्का अपनी सेवा में रहते थे. सुबह मंगल आरती में आना और मंगल आरती अटेंड करके वो घर जाते थे. I have observed. He will take his helmet and he will go to the Adarsh Nagar, his house. Again he will come in darshan arti, sharp in time, without fail. और उसी प्रकार से वो दोपहर में, क्योंकि मैं काफी दिन तक पुजारी था, इधर पुजारी की सेवा करता था, तो दोपहर में आते गायत्री के लिए. he will come from his office, sit before Srila Prabhupada and he will perform गायत्री. तो सारी जो उनकी सेवा थी वो एकदम निष्ठा के साथ पंचुअली, वो उनका जीवन था, सेवा वो उनका स्वभाव था. he will never miss. And amazing knowledge. He was a very big scholar, very great scholar of Srila Prabhupada books. इतनी बार वो सुबह भागवतम क्लास देते थे, और उनकी जो पकड़, उनकी जो समझ आचार्यों की पुस्तक में, श्रील प्रभुपाद जी की पुस्तक में, वो अद्भुत थी. अमेजिंग नॉलेज.
And especially because he was humble, he was so humble, he could sustain his seva. हम सोचते हैं हम अपना पॉलिटिकल प्रयास से, हम अपने ताम झाम से इस मूवमेंट में बने रहेंगे, तो ये संभव नहीं हो पाता। ये आध्यात्मिक अभियान है जो भगवान चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने बताया, तृणादपि सुने च न तरोरपि। If we are in that mood, we will inspire to chant. If we are in that mood, then we will be chanting constantly. Otherwise, we will not be able to chant the holy name also. So the amazing quality we find in him, because of his humility, I saw so many, like when the Mahamsa Prabhu was there, the president for this temple, when I came, and then so many different personalities, Vaishnavas came and went, and big journey. But all these years, he started from the day one and he continued, still now he is continuing. He didn't leave, he departed just. So this is amazing. This is called not out. So he played his inning, full inning, not out. But we shall pray to him that we also continue, because we are in the, especially I am in the round, aging, but I am praying to his mercy that at least I also, somehow, if do not, fail out, continue and pass like he has passed, directly serving the mission till the last day, as Prabhuji was saying. 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, he was discussing with the devotees and left. So this is glorious. Coming in the movement is a glorious thing, yes, no doubt. But staying is even more glorious. And passing is the most glorious. So, our Prabhuji is an inspiration, amazing inspiration for steadfastness, how he was so fixed up, as Sitaram Prabhu was saying and Prabhuji was explaining, that for him it was natural, all his services. So there is no question, Radhesham Prabhu was also explaining. He was not disturbed because he loves and he is doing that, so he is fixed. This is the nature of a Vaishnava who is really fixed, who loves Krishna. So on this auspicious day, I am thankful to Sitaram Prabhu to give me this opportunity to invite here for this occasion of Assembly of Vaishnavas and share my feelings. He was always encouraging. He used to give me, I used to borrow Srila Prabhupada's cassettes. He had a big trays. He and Vishwakirti Prabhu used to maintain. Vishwakirti Prabhu, if he is there, you will know. तो मैं उनके पास आता था, उनके पास हिंदी कैसेट भी थी प्रभुपाद जी की। तो एक कैसेट सुन करके वैसे गोल घूमने वाली, एक सुन करके 3 दिन बाद उनको वापस देता, फिर वो मेरे को दूसरी देते, फिर 3 दिन बाद दूसरी देता, फिर वो मेरे को दूसरी देते। So this is how he was encouraging always me to hear Srila Prabhupada and get connected. So many memories with him, so many slokas, but Sitaram Prabhu said I had limited time. So thank you so much, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So very grateful to His Grace Mahashrang Prabhu for his offering. We have a written offering by His Holiness Vyas Priya Swami Maharaj. So we request His Grace Srivas Raspberry Prabhu to read out Maharaj offering, and then Prabhuji also will do his offering.
Hare Krishna. So this is offering by His Holiness Vyas Priya Swami Maharaj for His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. Hare Krishna. I am very much aggrieved by losing my good friend, His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu, who is in charge of BBT in Hyderabad. He is a sadhu. A sadhu character is always sober and thought-provoking. His mindset was not moving away from the service of Srila Prabhupada. He was wavering means of unstable mind, but he was of a very stable conviction and very gentle person. He developed many good qualities in qualifying himself in Uttamadhikari, and I am very much sorry to lose a friend whose example was inspiring to me. Anandamaya Prabhu ki Hare Krishna. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Personally, I came to Krishna consciousness in around 2005-2006. I was born, raised in Hyderabad. And often we used to hear that there's one Prabhupada disciple serving in Hyderabad. And you'll not believe, till 2018, the time when I joined Radha Madan Mohan Temple, I didn't know who is Anandamaya Prabhu. Many times I used to come to Hyderabad. I couldn't see who is that Prabhupada disciple who is serving from 1970s onward. The reason was, most often, I stayed in Juhu temple for some time. We have this idea that Prabhupada disciple means there is charisma around him, like people walking around, and there is entourage which comes generally. But because Anandamaya Prabhu never had this kind of feeling around him, hardly I could know Anandamaya Prabhu also until 2018 when I joined Radha Madan Mohan Temple. So very, very heart-touching personality he was. I remember one instance in my own life, like sometimes I used to give classes and I was surprised to see when Anandamaya Prabhu used to come and attend. Right? Very difficult scenarios, even then he used to come and sit in the class and he used to hear. So generally we have this idea, foreigners means may not be so philosophically Sanskrit, very proficient also. So once when I was giving class, I pronounced the first line of the Bhagavatam little differently, rather wrongly. So the speaker speaks for like 2-3 times and then the audience repeats. And always Anandamaya Prabhu was the first one to recite the verse back. And he recited the first line different than I did, rather he corrected me. And then I realized, saying that I chanted the line wrongly and I paid kind of obeisances to him. And then he obeisances to me back, saying that sorry to correct you or whatever like that. So that was a very gentle, very heart-touching gesture that I had with Anandamaya Prabhu that time, 2019, initially when we started being part of this active management. So very humble. I remember one time this seller, I used to have a bike, I used to go around, do activities, come back. One day I was coming back, I saw Anandamaya Prabhu was lifting the books from the BBT go down, which is down in the cellar, till the vehicle that waits at the exit gate. He was lifting the books, right? And then saw his assistant also was lift. So can you imagine Prabhupada disciples serving from 40-45 years, doing the same service, and even menial service of even lifting the books and going and giving it to the driver for books to go. So by this we can understand how much his heart is there in dedicated service to Srila Prabhupada. So by his regular attendance in Bhagavatam, I could always relate this verse of Bhagavatam, Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya. And with his dedicated service to Srila Prabhupada, I could always connect this line to Anandamaya Prabhu, which we sing in Guru Puja. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya, Chittete Koriya Aikya, Arana Koriho Mane Asha. So he had no other desire other than just following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. So with this small offering, I would like to end here. But he had he was ocean of divine qualities. We pray at his lotus feet that we also remain steadfast in devotional service. So thank you all very much. Srila Prabhupada ki, His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So next we have an offering written by His Grace Mahamsa Prabhu, who was serving here from 1973 onwards. He was there till 83 here. So currently he is in Kodaikanal, and when he heard about Anandamaya Prabhu's leaving this planet, so then that time only he had written this offering for him. My dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. At the end of the Pandal festival in Hyderabad, Mr. G. Pulla Reddy came forward and offered this prominent land as a donation, which Prabhupada happily accepted and promised to build a temple and ISKCON center very soon. I was directed by Srila Prabhupada to immediately stop my activities of opening up ISKCON in Gujarat and fulfill his promise to get a temple built at Hyderabad. When I reached Hyderabad, there was Anandamaya Prabhu and another devotee living in a small apartment. There was no money, so we spent all day distributing Back to Godhead magazines for 50 paisa each to maintain ourselves. Soon, with the help of Shri J. Pulla Reddy, Hari Prasad Badruka and Perumal Agrawal, we made life members and quite soon built a temporary temple and accommodation space at the site. More devotees joined and Achyutananda Swami was sent. After the evening lecture and vibrant program, every evening there was discussions on Bhagavad Gita at Abbott's bus stop. While Achyutananda Swami, myself and a group of devotees traveled all over South India to make life members and collect donations for the temple construction, the activities in Hyderabad were in safe hands of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. In my vision, I can say that His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu is a wonderful devotee that we can all emulate. His exceptional quality was the practice in toto of the verse Trinadapi Suni Chena, humility. Just speaking and acting humble is not enough. Anandamaya Prabhu practiced and felt it internally to the core. He had conquered the desires for gaining name, fame, amassing wealth and desiring appreciation. Was tolerant and compassionate to all, soft-natured, dressed simple, ate simple. While respecting prasadam, he would never talk but looked like he was absorbed in devotion. He stayed away from controversies and was non-judgmental and said nothing that would harm anyone. His steadfast service of getting books translated in Telugu was of utmost importance and very dear to Srila Prabhupada. He had profound knowledge of the Shastras and was fixed and steady in his sadhana and service to Srila Prabhupada and Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan. His heart was like a soft flower. There are signs of a person. These are the signs of a person very dear to Radha Krishna. All of you who have had interaction with Anandamaya Prabhu have no idea how fortunate you are. On a personal note, I was informed of him going into ICU in hospital in the late afternoon. That day, I had a long dream. I had a long dream with Anandamaya Prabhu. We talked of so many wonderful pastimes and then came to a subject of the body. How as age progresses, it breaks down slowly. And he said,
he wants to leave. I smeared with him Ganga Jal and Tilak, and we chanted as he passed on. This was all in the dream and quite vivid. Out of it, I thought, what a silly dream. Surely he will be cured and out of hospital soon. However, at 11 a.m. that day, I heard he passed away. Now it feels the dream was real on another level. I feel fortunate that he has blessed me and begged me to purify me from my fallen condition. This is all the boundless grace of Srila Prabhupada. I humbly suggest that on the day of his disappearance, every year there may be a special program of chanting, dancing and feasting in honor of our beloved Anandamaya Prabhu. Thank you, yes, and Mahamsa Das. So I just want to add one more thing. Personally, I was there with Prabhuji the day he left, one day before. So we went to hospital around 11 o'clock, and doctor was telling to take him to ICU, but it was taking some time. So Prabhuji was removing his mask, he was on ventilator and all the nerves here there. So he holded my hand, and the doctor slowly hold his hand because he was removing the mask. He may pass away, his mask is removed. So then he took my hand, and I was chanting to just make him. And Prabhuji was constantly chanting almost 1.5 hours, very tightly pressing my hands and chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Throughout he was taking from here to here, just like on the beats. And then again coming front and taking. And it went for 1.5 hours till the time he entered into ICU, then we are not allowed. So I could see all this was very painful for him. He doesn't want to do all those things, but it was a request for the senior devotees. So it was also very paining, but he was constantly, his lips were moving and he was constantly chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And when his body came, when we saw his hand was like this, just on the bead bag we have, so his hand was constantly like this only. So Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. So next we have His Grace Venugopal Prabhu and His Grace Smith Chetan Prabhu. Very well, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you for the management for giving this opportunity to glorify pure devotee, His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. Actually, time is very short. Many of our seniors are there who can glorify, but I was there personally with His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu in the last days in hospital, and before joining hospital, I was personally there, myself and Smita Chaitanya Prabhu. So that's the reason I got the opportunity to speak, even though I don't have any qualifications. So actually, everyone seniors glorified sufficiently for the pleasure of Anandamaya Prabhu. But we have a right opportunity to please Anandamaya Prabhu. Every time, as I am a Sankirtan leader, every time he used to ask me, how many books you have from the BBT now? You have enough stock or not? Whether sufficiently Telugu books are printed by BBT or not? Whether they have 58 titles which I was printing. If any books are required, you can take help from where you are getting help. So many things related to books and Prabhupada, this one, every time we used to ask. So in that endeavor, I want to give this opportunity to please Anandamaya Prabhu, because we have a right opportunity to please Anandamaya Prabhu through book distribution, because that was his favorite service. So now we have Bhadra Purnima and in another 2 months marathon. So this year Bhadra Purnima score and marathon score will be dedicated to for the pleasure of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So right now we have opportunity to please. Maybe we are feeling separation and we are glorifying here. But now right now opportunity is there. So we can utilize this opportunity to please His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu through book distribution. So I thought I can take commitments. How many Bhagavatam sets we are going to distribute for the pleasure of Anandamaya Prabhu. Here already almost like 800 plus devotees are there. So can I expect 800 sets for the pleasure of Anandamaya Prabhu? Hari Bol! You should Hari Bol. How many are say Hari Bol, and please raise hands so that I will give update to the BBT that we are going to distribute more books this year for pleasure of Anandamaya Prabhu. So request everyone to take part, because in Ramayana if you see squirrel, we are glorifying squirrel even though that service was very minimal, correct, in front of Hanuman. So everyone can do some small service by distributing books. This is not only for pleasure of Anandamaya Prabhu, to his spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada also. So right time we have opportunity to please Anandamaya Prabhu. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. And before ending, I want to share one of the main message which Anandamaya Prabhu gave me. So His Grace Pure Bhakti Prabhu, Subharav Prabhu, Prabhu, and myself, Anandamaya Prabhu, and Rakesh. Anandamaya Prabhu made me one Vedavani Vaibhav Trust trustee also, not trustee member. So he gave me a service because books are the basis. Books are going to be long years. After 10 years, 10,000 years also, we don't know whether books will be there or not. Sorry, temples will not be there. But books will be definitely, will bring back our glory. Correct? So, books are the basis, purity is the force, and utility the principle. Even he didn't get opportunity to serve last moment, BBT. Just everyone was telling just 3 years back, some issues were happened in BBT, though discontinued Telugu service. So, to please Anandamaya Prabhu, whoever the trustee supported financially so that the service can go, because it was his main service. So he made me one of the member in that trust also. So he introduced me into that trust so that the service can go, because we want to include one of the brahmachari in temple. But as I was taking service of book distribution and Sankirtan, so he discussed with my Guru Maharaj. So after so many mails and all discussions, he said, okay, go ahead. So after approval of my Guru Maharaj, I took that part. So if HTMC permits, I want to continue that legacy by blessings of all the HTMCs. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So we request Mr. Chaitanya Prabhu. Prabhu has been so much instrumental in serving His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. So all of us would like to hear from Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. It's a great fortune to have His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu amongst us since 53 years. And it's a great loss for all of us. We are bereft of Prabhuji's association. I can say, many people may think that I am served Prabhuji for a long time. But it's a lamentation that I could not take much of his association or take full advantage of his association. But those who have done service for Prabhuji, Prabhuji knows, and Radha Madan Mohan and Prabhupada has seen them. So Prabhuji was instrumental in publishing and printing these books. It's a very reality that we can see that how Prabhuji has come from the France and he has been here started a service of Bhaktivedanta Book Trust as a manager for publishing and printing the Telugu books. So he got the instruction from Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada through Mahamsa Swami, and he took it as life and soul. So as he started service, there are so many obstacles coming across him because it is from the scratch. He has to start and establish and publish these books. So in a matter of almost 6 to 8 years, he could able to bring out the Bhagavad Gita for the Telugu audience. So Prabhupada is very happy. Prabhupada is very happy because it is Prabhupada who brought a translator from one of the other sampradayas and made him to translate. So that is a victory for Prabhuji in the starting. Later, he is always trying to make them translate these books, but there were no devotees who would help in this. And it was a great struggle for him to engage the devotees in translating these books. So there are very few devotees who have served Prabhuji since so long time in his service, and many others have assisted as volunteers, and as sometimes they come and they serve on their own. But one of the devotee who has served Prabhuji assisting in this is Srimati Radhika, who actually my spiritual master and His Holiness Bhaktichari Swami Maharaj has told Prabhuji that she can assist you for a long time so that whatever service is there, it can be done. So like this, Prabhuji was rendering this kind of services. There are very few devotees making this. Of course, they have a little 4 or 5 devotees of devotees who are doing this translation work and proofreading and bringing out and doing all these services. And we see how Prabhuji was without, there is no facility for Prabhuji. Even for staying in a room, we can see how the room was very dilapidated, like kind of a room. And it is inside the kitchen. We can observe that there is no air coming in that. There are so many fumes coming from the kitchen and a lot of smell. Because of that, Prabhuji used to get a lot of headache and all other problems. But just for bringing out the books and want to distribute for a very low price, Prabhuji used to keep a low, very less devotees, and without asking or renovating the room or any other facilities. Prabhuji used to print these books and want to distribute. So we see that how Prabhuji has done this service since 53 years, untiring, unwavered service, even after having so many obstacles from different people and different administrations. But still, Prabhuji was not at all wavered in his determination to print these books, because Prabhupada has told him. Prabhupada, once he was telling to me that whatever instructions I am hearing, whatever instructions Prabhupada gave to me, it is ringing in my mind as if I am just having a presence of Srila Prabhupada. So we can see that how the instructions of Prabhupada was obsessed, is completely absorbed. Until unless somebody is absorbed in such kind of instructions, it's very difficult to, whatever obstacles comes, people generally distract and deviate or they leave also. But it's a glorious service of Prabhuji that so many years he's been there here for one temple and with the different authorities and working with them and doing his strict and rigid principles of devotional service and pleasing to Srila Prabhupada. We see that unwavering and uninterrupted service. Even when Prabhuji's service was taken out because of some reasons for BBT, but still his service, mode of service is never taken out. It is there with him. Even he is not well also. One time we saw him that he could not able to walk also. But still, he never want to take any service from anybody. Even a little service also, even that is for him very hurting also. He never takes, and he still insists, why I should take? If I am invalid, then we will try. Somebody can help me, but never and never he took service from anybody. So that is that kind of attitude Prabhu has. Even doctors told sometime went to the doctor, it is very difficult to bring Prabhuji to the doctor. He never wants to go to any doctor and want to treat. So even doctor was surprised that how this person is tolerating this pain. It is very paining for the hips, osteoarthritis. It is very bewildering for the doctor that how could able to tolerate. This shows that how Prabhuji was very tolerant, pinnacle of tolerance we can see. What to kind of this bodily tolerance. Prabhuji had met with different kind of disturbances in his service, but still he could able to go ahead within the service of Srila Prabhupada. So I conclude with one last thing. What Prabhuji, my spiritual master, told His Holiness Bhakticharya Swami Maharaj that he is graced the sannyas, and many of the other disciples or proper disciples, they are telling we should award him for his consistent service and sadhana. we see Prabhuji coming to the morning program strictly in the morning, 3:30, attends all the morning program, and he chants very sincerely, strictly, and very attentively. So generally I used to think that Prabhuji chants 16 rounds only. Generally, exalted devotee, we think he chants more rounds. But I used to think for a long time why Prabhuji is chanting only 16 rounds. But later I could understand that the 16 rounds what he is chanting is very attentive, with so much concentration. That 16 rounds will pervade his service, and that becomes a satatam. His whole 24 hours filled with remembering Krishna's name, while writing the accounts personally, or going out for depositing money in the bank, or doing service personally, putting the cartons and making the cartons and putting inside the vehicle and taking it. So all these activities which Prabhuji has done, this holy name and the remembrance of Krishna will carry on for 24 hours. The 22 hours of his service impetus to again chant the holy name attentively for next 2 hours. So like that we see that how Prabhuji was just bare minimally chanting 16 rounds, sometimes some rounds. But Prabhupada says that 16 rounds and seva. So that in that way I can understand the exalted position of Prabhuji by just seeing his way of rendering devotional service. In every moment, even while taking prasadam, and prasadam will be sometime, even though it is offered to the Radha Madan Mohan, it is very spicy, hot, and it's sometimes very sour also. But Prabhuji used to take with so much respect that this is Mahaprasad. We should never neglect. Even a drop we should not fail. We should honor it. And one time we see, we had a kachori, and we gave kachori and we told, Prabhuji, this is not kachori, this is not tasting good. Then Prabhuji took it and ate, and he told, this Prabhupada likes, this is kachori, we should eat. So Prabhuji has this kind of consciousness. He was never seen anything material, even though it may seem like that, but never it was in his consciousness, it's material. So at the end, when I was with Prabhuji, one day before, just leaving this planet, so I was there staying beside, sleeping beside Prabhuji and watching him. And it is seen that he has undergone so much suffering. His hands, legs, he was rolling here, there, and so much suffering he is undergoing. Then in my mind, it came that my spiritual master, when he left, he also left in the same kind of situation, without anybody in the hospital, chanting the holy name, and the beads and all, everything is there. Then many devotees told that it is better that Maharaj has left this world and joined the association of Prabhupada. So, because the old age is very miserable, and it is very giving suffering, so much suffering for the body. It is very difficult to see ourselves want to do service for somebody, or those who are on the bed, just like a vegetable sometimes people become. So for me, I thought that time, Prabhuji was so much suffering. It is very painful to see such a situation Prabhuji was undergoing. The next day, we took him to the hospital, and it is even more painful to see Prabhuji doesn't want to be in hospital. So he want to come back. Please take me to the home. Home means temple. So every time he says, his heart is always there in temple, even though his body is somewhere, but his heart is there in Madan Mohan. So this is how I thought that better Radha Madan Mohan has taken him away. Otherwise he would have been suffered more, and it is very difficult to see him suffering. It is very painful. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Jai His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. So we are very grateful to His Grace Mata Chaitanya Prabhu for meticulously serving His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu assistance. Now we will have His Grace Gurudev Prabhuji speaking. He's a Srila Prabhupada disciple who served in Hyderabad while in association with His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare Krishna. Can you get me the water? Hare Krishna. Okay, I will carry. Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarini. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. I am very happy to be with you all today, because today I always say that today never comes back again in our life. Means today the day, today the date, today the year will never come back in our life, in our lifetime. You follow what I mean to say. When I called this time to Vishnu Prasad Prabhu, I wanted to attend Janmashtami program this year. The real reason was I wanted to meet Anandamaya Prabhu. But he left his body. But for me, I am telling you as my god brother, he is still living. we say, I am hearing all the glories of him, all the homages you all offer to him, and I can understand that you love them, love him, right? Yes or no? Yes. Love means if you really wanted him to live forever, try to understand, listen. If you really wanted to live him forever, keep his unfinished project continue. Then he will live forever. But he is living with us. Because I can understand how much you love him, how much you want him to be alive, because even his critical condition you put him to the, when took him to the hospital, and actually you may think what Gurudev Prabhu is talking. I wanted to tell you one thing. Vaidyo Narayano Hari means Vaidya and Narayana both are, they are giving us survival. But there is a verse in Subhashita, Vaidya Raja Namastubhyam Yamaraja Sahodara, means I will translate later on. Yamostu harate pranam Vaidyo dhanamnica, means Vaidya Raja Namastubhyam, वैद्य राज को मतलब डॉक्टर को हम सभी प्रणाम करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि वो यमदूत का भाई है, यमदूत सहोदर। वैद्य राज नमस्तुभ्यम यमदूत सहोदर। मगर यमदूत क्या करता है, एक बार जान ले लेता है, हो गया उसका काम। मगर एक डॉक्टर है ना, यहाँ कोई डॉक्टर नहीं है ना, माफ करना मुझे, डॉक्टर ये करता है कि मारता तो है ही, आईसीयू में जाएगा तो मीन्स just like on the other day I was in the Bhagavatam class, I told that those who are in the ICU, they never tell lie, you know. If you can go through that Bhagavatam class, those brothers and nurse was interviewing every ICU patient, and what regret you have the most. That I told you on that Bhagavatam class about 5 regrets in life. But here, Yamaduta showed, यमराज एक ही बार, यमदूत एक ही बार प्राण ले लेते हैं। मगर ये यहाँ आनंदमय प्रभु के पास यमदूत नहीं आ सकते, क्योंकि जहाँ जिसके गले में कंठी है, जिसके गले में भक्ति का साधन है, और वहाँ यमदूत को एंट्री नहीं है। अनडाउटेडली विष्णु दूत ही आएंगे, और ये वैद्य लोग मतलब डॉक्टर लोग जान ही नहीं लेते, पैसा भी लेते हैं, है कि नहीं? हमने आनंदमय प्रभु से क्या सीखा? संगत, मैंने प्रभुपाद का ऑफरिंग में कहा था, डिसाइपल मीन्स डिसिप्लिन, डिसिप्लिन नीड्स, मतलब एक स्टेप आगे जाता हूं मैं आज, डिसिप्लिन you have to be dedication. From dedication you can go for destination. Without dedication you cannot reach the destination. For that you have to have a desire. Discipline. Discipline comes from disciple. Desire, disciple, destination and determination. So then you can get whatever you want. You got the point? Sorry, first of all, and from Anandamaya we got association, right? Association I all discussed now, and also we have heard many things about his humility and how miser he is. The question of miserness to Prabhupada's disciple has come as an hereditary, because Prabhupada's favorite quote in the initial stage is "Kam kharcha, ज़्यादा चर्चा." मतलब पैसा तब बहुत मुश्किल से आता था, तब कम खर्चा ज़्यादा चर्चा। और इसीलिए आनंदमय प्रभु को मालूम है द वैल्यू ऑफ मनी। मनी मस्ट बी वैल्यूड। आप लोग सभी लोगों को मालूम है कि लक्ष्मी चंचल है, एक जगह रुकती नहीं है, मगर लक्ष्मी को पाना भी एक कला है। बट everyone wants Lakshmi, but everyone is not an artist. If you know the art of making money, you could be, anyone could be a billionaire. I can see I have gone through in India from rag picker to Rockefeller, means Tata, Ambani, Adani. Every field you can choose there are multi-billionaires. But money is not everything. From money means you must have values in life. That values in life you can learn from the devotees like Anandamaya Prabhu. From the value you can get valuables. Right? If valuable is gone, if you are having value, you can get that valuable again. There is a saying in English, if a wealth is lost, nothing is lost. If health is lost, something is lost. If character is lost, everything is lost. But in this present age, it is quite opposite. Everyone loves money, means wealth is everything. समझिए, मतलब मैंने पिछले बार पंचतंत्र के कहानी आज के लिए अपडेट करने के लिए बोला था, आपको याद है? मतलब टॉर्टॉइज एंड हेयर, Nowadays, to update that story now, the tortoise uses skating wheels. It doesn't walk. Crow doesn't put pebbles in the pot. It uses straw. Jackal, it doesn't, Jackal won't say it is grapes are sour, but uses the slather and eat the grape and say grapes are sweet. Right? You have to update the stories to the present. You got the point? And association by, sorry, with I'm taking little bit of your time. Association is very important. There is a saying, Kadali sheep bhujangamukh. How many you might have heard this? Kadali sheep bhujangamukh, swati ek gun theen, jaise sangat baitiye, taise hi gunheen. Means kadali, matlab banana plant. At the Swati nakshatra, when the rain comes, if it comes to the kadali plant, it becomes kapoor. In the same Swati rain, if it goes to a serpent mouth, it increases its poison. In the same way, the same rain, water of Swati, if it goes to a sheep, sheep means shell of a sheep, it becomes pearl. It is up to you how you are getting this. You are getting this, but how you utilize it. So, God gives us remembrance and forgetfulness both. Yes or no? You may be a big scholar, but at the time we may not remember many things. So the remembrance and forgetfulness comes from Radha Madan Mohan only. I will ask you a simple question. How many of you drank mother's milk, mother's breast milk? कितनी आदमियों ने माँ का दूध पिया है? कोई सुना ही नहीं दे रहा है. किसका हाथ नहीं उठ रहा? क्यों नहीं उठ रहा हाथ? हाँ, सबने माँ का दूध पिया है ना? हाँ, भले 1 महीना या 3 महीना या 6 महीना 1 साल माँ ने सबको दूध पिलाया है. हाँ? क्या अगर इसके बाद मैं पूछूं आपसे, क्या अभी आपको याद है कि माँ का दूध का वो स्वाद क्या है? फर्ज करो, ईमानदारी से दिल में हाथ रख के बोलना कि क्या आप जानते हो वो माँ का दूध का स्वाद क्या है? नो, because our senses are so imperfect. हमें बोलने की आदत बहुत है, मगर फिर भी हम कहते हैं मुझे बहुत आता है. MBA, मतलब आजकल एक क्रेज चल रहा है MBA, मुझे बहुत आता है. मतलब मतलब ये बहुत आता है बोलने वाले को कुछ भी नहीं आता. मतलब खाली बुक का नॉलेज है, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज नहीं है. मतलब you do not have that practical knowledge. Since I am getting old, एक कहावत है हिंदी में कि अंधेरे में छाया, बुढ़ापे में काया, मतलब in the dark your shadow it is not visible, and in the old age your body doesn't listen your kaya. Kaya means body. In the old age the body doesn't listen you. समझ गए मैं क्या बता? अंधेरे में छाया, बुढ़ापे में काया, हाँ, हमारा साथ नहीं देता। तो आप सभी नौजवानों को मेरे जैसे बूढ़े होने तक इंतजार मत करो, क्योंकि हमने अपने जिंदगी में बहुत कुछ समय गवा दिया है। हाँ? समय सबसे बड़ा बलवान है। It's very precious time. Everyone is under the control of Kala. You cannot escape. So, I heard from you that everyone loves Anandamaya Prabhu. Then I will give you a challenge today. How many of you can stay and serve Radha Madan Mohan another 50 years? It is very easy to say that Anandamaya did this, Anandamaya did this. What you can do for Anandamaya? मैं हमेशा कहा करता हूँ से भगवान को सेवा ऐसा करो कि भगवान खुद आपको देखे। You do such a service that God must see you. Not that you are serving God. आपको लगेगा ये बुड्ढा बहुत पका रहा है, हैं? मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, बड़बड़ करता है, हैं? मगर क्योंकि मैं जो भी कह रहा हूँ मेरा अनुभव से कह रहा हूँ और दिल से कहता हूँ, क्योंकि आपका दिल तक पहुंचे। जो आप सो रहे हो तो जाग जाओ। मैं जब ISKCON में एंट्री हुआ मेरा, मैं पहला GSB कम्युनिटी से पहला आदमी था। GSB मतलब गौड़ सारस्वत ब्राह्मण, मतलब कोंकणी स्पीकिंग ब्राह्मण। मेरा पूर्वाश्रम कामत है। तो मतलब फिर भी हमें हमेशा हम कहते हैं कि हम भी कहते थे पहले, अभी भी कहते हैं, ऑल ग्लोरीज टू श्रील प्रभुपाद, ऑल करीबन 50 बार बोलते हैं दिन में। आर वी रियली ग्लोरीफाइंग प्रभुपाद? या आपको ये तकिया कलाम का जैसा हैबिचुएटेड हो गया हो? समझ गए? हैबिचुएटेड, यंत्रबद्ध तरीके से। किसी को प्रभुपाद का डिसाइपल को देखा, दंडवत प्रणाम प्रभु जी, ऑल ग्लोरीज टू प्रभुपाद, हैं? मतलब क्या बोल रहे, तकिया कलाम क्या बोल Hope you understand what I mean to say. जो भी आप करते हो, अगर उसमें आपका भाव नहीं है तो उस काम का कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. You have to put your heart into your work. That is called devotion. Devotion without emotion, it cannot take you to back to home, back to Godhead. समझ गए? Emotion and devotion. सॉरी, ऑलरेडी घंटी बज गई. तो मैं आखिरी बार एक बात पूछता हूं कि किसी ने हाथ नहीं उठाया. 50 साल राधा मदन मोहन की सेवा करने के लिए कितने लोग तैयार है? मैं तो नहीं कर सकता, मैं 50 साल जीऊंगा भी नहीं. ऑलरेडी मैं 75 हूं अभी, 75, 76. कोई हाथ नहीं उठ रहा है. मतलब आप यही आनंदमय प्रभु को दूसरों को बोल के नहीं, कुछ दिन से इट इज अ कमिटमेंट. मतलब क्या बोलते हैं आप? कमिटमेंट मतलब you have to, once you are committed, you are bound. जो लोगों को लाइमलाइट में आने के लिए आप हाथ उठाएंगे, इसका कोई नहीं. ये उतना इजी नहीं है. 50 साल एक जगह, ये सबसे बड़ी तपस्या है इस कलयुग में, वो भी इस्कॉन में. इस्कॉन में 50 साल निकालना, क्या बोलते हैं, लोहे के चने चबाने का जैसा. वो भी 50 साल. ग्रेट तपस्या इट नीड्स. सो एनीवे, I request you all giving me because that's what I told you on the other day on Prabhupada's Vyas Puja. This time when I came here, I had a mixed feeling because I wanted to sit next to me, Anandamaya Prabhu, but he is not sitting in flesh and blood, but he is sitting with me, next to me. I see that he is not left the body, he is still alive and watching us. How sincere we are. If you really love Anandamaya Prabhu, you take advantage of it. नहीं है तो वही हो जाएगा कि एक कहावत है, आपने सुना होगा कि 4 दिन की प्रीत जगत में 4 दिन के नाते हैं. 4 दिन की प्रीत जगत में 4 दिन के नाते हैं. पलकों के पर्दे पड़ते ही सब नाते मिट जाते हैं. समझ गए? जब राम नाम सत्य होता है तो सब नाते अपने आप मिट जाते हैं. आनंदमय प्रभु का एक बात मैं बोल के यहाँ विराम देता हूँ. मंदिर और घर को लंबी समय तक बैलेंस करते थे. घर और मंदिर मंदिर और घर को लंबे समय तक बैलेंस करते हैं, हालातों से ये भी लड़ते हैं। समझ गए? हालातों से ये भी लड़ते हैं। कभी भक्तों का कहा नहीं पाते, क्योंकि कभी कभी आप ऐसे सिचुएशन ला देते हो कि भक्तों को कहना आनंदमया प्रभु को तकलीफ हो जाता था। हाँ, भक्तों को कह नहीं पाते, कभी धर्म पत्नी को कहा नहीं पाते, कहना नहीं चाहते। समझे? कुछ चीजें बिजनेस और प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में अलग अलग रहती है, और ऐसे करके उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी, वो है आनंदमय। हरे कृष्णा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और आपने ये मौका मुझे दिया, और आपके लिए सदा ऋणी रहूंगा। और आनंदमय प्रभु को हम सभी, मेरे लिए तो आनंदमय प्रभु ने देह नहीं छोड़ा है, he lives forever for me. हरे कृष्ण।
ग्रेस गुरुदेव प्रभु जी की जय। So there is just 1 minute audio clip of His Holiness Vyas Priya Maharaj. So we are just playing it in glorification of Anandamaya Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. I am very much aggrieved by losing my good friend Anandamaya Prabhu, who is in charge of BBT in Hyderabad. He is a sadhu. A sadhu character is always sober and thought-provoking. His mindset was not moving away from the service of Srila Prabhupada. He was not wavering. Waver means very unstable mind, but he was of a very stable conviction and a very gentle person. He developed many good qualities to be qualifying himself in Uttam Adhikari. And I am very much sorry to lose a friend whose example was inspiring to me. Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So now we request His Grace Varada Krishna Prabhuji to give his vote of thanks for the whole event.
ज्ञानातिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मुखं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं दीनतारिणं परमानन्दमाधवं श्रीचैतन्य ईश्वरम्। विष्णुप्रसाद लिस्ट। श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहन, श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रमाई, श्री श्री गौरनिताई की जय। So I would like to thank all the devotees who have assembled here. We have been having this for the last 6 hours. I don't know if you realize that. From 8 in the morning, it's been going on in one form or other. Now 6 hours. I would sincerely like to thank His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, Bhima Prabhu, Basu Ghosh Prabhu, Mahaman Prabhu, Mahamsa, Gurudev Prabhu, रेवती रमन प्रभु, राधेश्याम प्रभु, सीताराम प्रभु, पूर्व भक्ति, सांबा, युधिष्ठिर गोविंद प्रभु, सहदेव, महाश्रृंग, महासुंदर, वेदांत चैतन्य प्रभु, सुब्बारेड्डी गारू, माधव गोपीनाथ, सारा शिरोमणि प्रभु, नरसिम्हा स्तुति, वेणुगोपाल, स्मित चैतन्य, महाप्रभु चैतन्य, वैष्णव शरण, प्रेम नर्तन, all of them for making their. I know there's a long list of other devotees who wanted to speak, Murli Gopinath and maybe Prem Kirtan, and Bhakti Raghav Swami, Bhakti Vikas Swami also. Their list is also there. But I guess some other time we will do this. So
I specifically want to thank Subbareddy Garu, Venugopal, Mahendra Vijayavargiya, because there was one most crucial, critical testing time that Anandamaya Prabhu went when the seva that he was doing here got transitioned out of his hand and into Bombay. For whatever reason, that must have been the biggest test of his faith and patience and his spiritual devotional qualities and commitment to Srila Prabhupada. So it is during that critical time these friends got together, rallied, helped him start a trust. I had a long discussion with Bhima Prabhu earlier yesterday about this whole transition and how painful it was for him. So Bhima Prabhu also said that in many ways I regret that we had to do that, but it reached a point where there didn't seem to be any other solution except that we centralize all book production so that we can maintain standards, etc. But these friends of Anandamaya Prabhu rallied around and they got a trust going here, and then they started publishing books, Mahabharata and few other titles. So that was a very nice, timely, supportive gesture on the part of these devotees. By virtue of being in the HTMC, we were in the thick of this discussion between Anandamaya Prabhu and Bombay BBT. And it wasn't easy because that was his life. He was breathing for BBT, he was living for BBT, he was working for BBT, he was BBT. I can't say more. He was BBT in the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust in Hyderabad. So imagine that seva is slowly... So he resisted, he tried to stop, he tried to reason out. But like I said, there were too many reasons, good reasons for this to be centralized in Bombay, and so we had to do that. So we were scared, at least I was scared. I was so worried about what could be the possible impact of this. Several times we would have meetings with him and talk to him, cajole him, try to convince him, but he would say, Prabhupada ordered me that I should be here and run Telugu BBT. Now, how can they not let me do it? Honestly, we didn't have answers. At least I didn't have answers. We were just trying to pacify him, and then, but the interesting thing is he continued his services. He continued being here. He accepted that in his stride. So that's a very glorious quality that he showed. Even during the worst heated discussions were going on, and then finally they kind of froze his accounts, but he wouldn't have one bitter word to say about his godbrothers and colleagues from Bombay. He was resigned to making it happen and somehow carried on. So many people were saying, what are the different things we can learn from Anandamaya Prabhu? I mean, whether it's sincerity or dedication or perseverance or gentleness or humility, or you can go on, practically all 26 qualities of a great Vaishnava you can list down in the name of, in Anandamaya Prabhu's personality. So, because we're running out of time, I just want to mention that there was this place where he used to sit constantly to hear the Bhagavatam class. There's from my left, the second pillar, right next to that he would sit and hear Bhagavatam class towards the last days of his life, last few years. So on that pillar, we are proposing we will install a memorial plaque mentioning his name, saying that, how many years of glorious service, and this is where he would sit. Maybe we'll emboss a picture of Anandamaya Prabhu sitting there and install a memorial plaque there. So we'll see how soon we can do that. So I thank all of you, every one of you, for waiting 6 hours in glorification of His grace, Anandamaya Prabhu. I also want to thank, unfortunately we couldn't match the timing, so his family members couldn't attend what's happening here today. They're hosting a get-together in some Krishna Mat here tomorrow. I'd urge every one of you has got an invite card, please go there. His 2 children, Subhadra and Jagannath, are there, his wife. So it would be nice, whoever is staying back here can kindly attend. And I think there's some transcendental twist here, because if we proceed with the plan that we were having to construct a new block here connected with the GEMS building, among the things that we would dismantle would have been the BBT office. So somehow before that dismantling could happen, Krishna took him away. That's all I can say. Before we could dismantle that, Krishna told, okay, you've done your job here, you come now. I'll engage you elsewhere, somewhere else, some other part of the world, in the service of Prabhupada. Maybe some planet is translating like he did here, some language that he doesn't know. He's sitting there and setting up a BBT for the pleasure of Prabhupada. So all glories to Anandamaya Prabhu. I want to thank all of you. And we have to offer a prayerful thanks to our deities, Radha Madan Mohan, Jagannath, Baladev, Subhadra and Gaurnitai, for giving us an opportunity to see a living Uttama Adhikari or a Mahabhagavata devotee, for living with him, seeing him, absorbing his mood, and enriching our lives with him, with his memory. Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizing team, Vishnu Prasad, Tarun Mohan, Smita Chaitanya. Especially I want to thank Smita Chaitanya and Venugopal Prabhu for supporting him in many ways towards the end of his life. So there was some mishap in that trust also, but it's so sadhu-like that he said that some money got siphoned off. So he told Smita Chaitanya and Venugopal Prabhu that we identified the person who siphoned off the money, but he said, don't get heavy on him. He has been serving this trust for so many years. Find whatever soft gloves approach of retrieving the money, getting back the money, but don't complicate his life, don't harass him, don't torture him, don't go to the police, like that. So even though he underwent a fairly substantial personal loss, but he was guided by his sadhu principles. So that's another thing we can learn. So I thank all the devotees, thank every one of you. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. We'll have an arati followed by feast. Thank you. Yeah. If you want to Pushpanjali. And we'll go
So we will have flower offering, and then we will have kirtan for the pleasure of His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu. We request devotees to we can take flowers. Just one
flower. Give everybody. But first give flower to everybody.
Haribol, flowers, please. Devotees can. You can take flowers. Haribol, one set of devotees can send it to Mataji's side. Some devotees can help to send it to Mataji's side. So you can keep flowers in your hand, and then you can, we'll arrange it to collect it. We will collect it back. You can keep it in your hand, offer it and keep it in your one hand, so that we can take it back.
Just one second, that's nothing else. Nothing. He's the most worthy person. Can you do it to Aarti? Huh? I can do Aarti, yeah.
Kancha kalpatarubhyascha vasindubhya cha patitanam pavanebhyo
वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। Anandamaya Prabhu ki. So we will all offer obeisances now and we will have kirtan. And after the kirtan we will sing Jai Anulo Premadan. Yeah.
You can keep flowers in the bag. At the end we will offer it together.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Prabhupada. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastapadeshadarine Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasati Gaura Bhakta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan, Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan, Madana Mohan, Madana Mohan, Madana Mohan, Madana Mohan, Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan, Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan, Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajagatacharya Ashtottara Shatashi Srimati Divine Grace Abhaya Charana Ravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON founder Acharya BBT founder Acharya Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajagatacharya Ashtottara Shatashi Srimati Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada Ki नित्य लीला प्रविष्ट ओम वैराग्य मूर्ति गौर किशोरदास बाबा जी महाराज की नित्य लीला प्रविष्ट ओम सच्चिदानंद भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की नित्य लीला प्रविष्ट ओम वैष्णव सार्वभौम जगन्नाथ दास बाबा जी महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य हरदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की ब्रजभूमि वृंदावन धाम की मथुरा धाम की द्वारकापुरी धाम की पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की गंगामयी यमुनामयी की भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी की समावेत गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री रूप सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ षड गोस्वामी प्रभु गण की वर्तमान आचार्य वृंद की ब्रह्म माध्व गौड़ीय गुरु शिष्य संप्रदाय की श्रील प्रभुपाद ट्रांसलेटर बुक उत्तरण प्रोग्राम की श्रील प्रभुपाद बीबीटी की आनंदमय प्रभु की all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Now we'll be singing the Jai Anila Premadan, and with that we'll continue the program.
This Jai Anandamaya Prabhu song is sung, especially when a Vaishnava leaves this world and goes back to Godhead. So when a Vaishnava leaves the world, we get mixed feeling of separation and joy. Joy that the Vaishnava has lived a life perfectly and gone back to Godhead, and also we feel sad that we will miss the association of the devotee. So we will sing the Jai Anandamaya Prabhu. Who is going to sing?
Hare Krishna.
His Grace Anandamaya Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jaya Nila Premadana Karuna Bracho
Karuna Pracho
Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Tako Heno Kota Gela Acharya Tako Kahamara Swarupa Kahasana Dana Kamu Kahadasa Raghunanda Patita Bhavana Rata Patita Kahadasa Raghunatha Patita Pavana Kahamara Bhataruga Kaha Kavi Raja Eka Kale Kota Gela Goranatha Raja Eka Kale Kota Gela Goranatha Eka Kale Kota Gela Goranatha Raja Kota Gela Goranatha Raja Pasane Kota संगेरा संगे जय कैला बिलासा सभा संगेरा संगे जय कैला से संगना भया कने नरोत्तम दास भया कने नरोत्तम दास से संगना भया कने नरोत्तम दास संगरा भया कने नरोत्तम दास जय जय नीला प्रेमानंद करुणा प्रचुर जय नीला हेन प्रभु होता गेला अजय को भारत पागेला आचार्य जय नीलो प्रेमा सन करुणा जय नील प्रेमा करुणा जय नील प्रेमा करुणा प्रभु जय नील प्रेमा जय नील प्रेमा हेनो प्रभु होता गेला जगत हेनो प्रभु होता गेला जगत जय वैष्णव जागो वैष्णव जागो नव जागो जय वैष्णव जागो वैष्णव जागो Jai